You've made it. Do we need the city attorney?
You're not supposed to be here. But anyway, I said that you're not supposed to be here, but thank you anyway.
Yeah.
You know. That's what you call through thick and thin. Worse than him?
The notice? Yes. What item was that?
That's,
Yeah, but what item was that budget on? Oh, yeah, 31.
31. Well, it's not going to be. I have questions. It's frustrating now. I'm frustrated and disappointed because I will not be able to ask my questions.
Should I just start and see if she makes it out? Not right now. Wait a minute. I had that for 2 years. You're there for 1 month and already you're getting it fixed?
Well, at least mine is smooth now. It used to, damage my.
Yeah, it does actually.
Yeah, that's item 31.
Here we go. Carson Housing Authority. Roll call vote for determination of a quorum, please. Joy, can you call roll, please, for determination of a quorum, please?
Mayor Robles.
Present.
Councilmember Lula Davis Holmes. Present. Mayor Pro Tem Elito Santorina.
Yo.
May the record reflect that we have a quorum present. At this time, we will do oral communication on closed session items only. Is there any request from any member of the audience to speak on a closed session item?
We have no request, but you may want to ask the audience.
Madam City Attorney, you want to give a closed session
Sure.
report?
The council will be meeting in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E3 and E4 because there is a significant exposure to litigation in one case. Closed session will be held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E2 and D4 because there is a significant exposure to litigation in one case. Closed session will be held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 to confer with legal counsel regarding pending litigation in the Voice of San Diego versus City of Carson. Another closed session will be held pursuant to 54956.9 D1 to confer with legal counsel regarding pending litigation. Actually, on closed sessions number 6 and 7, Mr. Mayor, we're requesting that we continue those to the next meeting, if that's okay.
Without objection.
Thank you. Council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 with Cecil Rambo, Acting City Manager, and Gail Dixon Mahone. It's negotiators regarding labor negotiators with AC, CPSA, and AME. The council will also meet pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to enable the City Council to consider negotiations with Brian Faulkner, with whom the city is negotiating, to give direction to its negotiator, Cecil Rambo, Acting City Manager, and Said Naseh, Acting Community Development Director, regarding that certain real property known as assessor parcel numbers 731-801-8006, 731-801 8007, 7326-600-1003, 7326-001-004, 7327-002-008, 737-200, sorry, 732, I'm not good with numbers, 7327-002-012, 7327-002-013, 7327-002-015, through 19, and then 7327-002-021. The city's real property negotiator will seek direction from the city council regarding the price and term of payment for the property. Mr. Mayor, I would like to also add an urgency closed session matter. As you're aware, we've received ex parte notice from the city clerk, and I would like to discuss that with you guys under anticipated litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E3 and E4 in closed session.
Can you identify the case, please, and with the case number, if you haven't?
The case has not been filed. It's just ex parte notice that his attorney would be going to court tomorrow, so we need to have a discussion under anticipated. Brad Hertz.
No, but who's attorney?
I said the city clerk.
Against who?
Against the city of Carson and
Who?
the mayor, yourself, and Councilwoman Davis Holmes.
So we need action. So
Well,
I will
well,
move.
you need to take a vote to add it as an urgency item, and we need to then have a discussion in closed session.
I move that we add this item as a subsequent need item because it came to the attention of the city of Carson subsequent to the posting of the agenda, and it's urgent in that tomorrow, the ex parte notice is for tomorrow morning. So that's the motion. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
What-
Those
Aye.
opposed?
I have a question. You said City Clerk Jim Deere is suing us.
We have received notice that he intends to go in ex parte tomorrow. Yes.
So it's been moved, seconded, and approved unanimously to add this as a subsequent need item for discussion in closed session. Any discussion? That's it?
That ought to be taken.
6 o'clock. We will be out at 6 o'clock. Maybe 6:03, but 6 o'clock. And then we will resume any closed session item discussions at the end or later on in the evening.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
when we approve the motion, that it simply means that we are going to discuss this at the closed session.
Okay. That's it. With that, we're going to recess at this time the Carson City Council, Carson Successor Agency, and Carson Housing Authority. Good evening, everyone. Reconvening the Carson City Council, Carson Successor Agency, and Carson Housing Authority. At this time, we're going to have the flag salute because our city attorney isn't here, and she'll give us a report when she gets back. I want to make sure. But this time, we're going to have the flag salute by Delia Casino. Delia, are you here? Delilah. I'm sorry. Delilah Casino. Is she here? Mr. Harold Williams, would you please do us the honors and step forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Please face the flag and join me and salute to our flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Williams. This time we'll have the invocation by Pastor Vera Little. Is she present? Pastor Vera Little. She's not here either. Okay. Mr. Cedric Hicks, you're our backup. Would you please lead us in an invocation?
Bow your heads, please. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for allowing us to come together and do the business of the city. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to come together and to voice our concerns in regards to the city of Carson. Bless the leaders of this city, that they lead this city in a proper way and provide guidance for all of us here in this community. And that we want make sure that we are always doing what's right for the community of Carson. This we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Now we're going to go back to the report from closed session. Madam City Attorney, would you please provide a report from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As stated earlier, items number 6 and 7 were not taken up per the city attorney's request to continue the items to the next council meeting. The council met pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E3 and E4 because there is significant exposure to litigation in one case. No reportable action was taken. The council further met pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E2 and D4 because there is significant exposure to litigation in one case and no reportable action was taken. The council did not discuss item number 8. You will be taking it up later on tonight. The council did not discuss item number 9, and that will be taken up later on tonight. The council did discuss item number 6, pursuant to Government Code Section, actually not 6, sorry, 5, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, to confer with the city attorney regarding pending litigation, Voice of San Diego versus City of Carson, case number BS 155366, and no reportable action was taken. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. With that, we're now going on to introductions. Is Captain Marks here?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify the record, items number 1 and 2 will be taken up later as well. Thanks.
I don't see Captain Marks. Is he present? Oh, there he is. Oh. Captain? Good evening.
Good evening. I only have one item to bring to you tonight, Mr. Mayor. Last week we released a press release of a sketch of a suspect we're looking for who was annoying young ladies. Just so you know, we've had an overwhelming response from the community. They've provided us a lot of information and leads. We're currently working. I'm fairly confident we'll have a resolution to this case, but I just wanted you to know the community's paid attention and the detectives have gotten several calls providing very valuable information about this incident. So if you have any questions for me?
Councilwoman?
Just a comment and a thank you to our captain and our detectives that worked the Juneteenth celebration You did a fantastic job. You were not as, you just did a wonderful job. So we didn't have an incident. So I want to thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass that on to
Oh.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, I just want to say this, and I think I was not able to say this last time, that thank you very much for that, your article on the Carson report.
Thanks, sir.
I believe that is your second profession, to be a journalist.
I don't know about that.
Oh, well,
Your
because
staff
it was
does a good job helping me out.
it
so
was a
thank you.
well-written report, and I understand, of course, that you will be writing those reports 4 times a year. And the most important part of that is that you always invite all citizens to send you their responses, in terms of writing, calling you up, and I want to really commend you in doing that, because then really you are certainly communicating with the citizens, and you want an active participation in terms of making sure that the public safety program of the city is excellent.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Captain, for all your work. Next, we have Mr. Harold Williams from the West Basin Municipal Water District to provide us an update on the drought emergency. Mr. Williams? Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak before you tonight. To those who don't know, I'm Harold Williams. I'm a director, West Basin Municipal Water District Division 1, which includes the city of Carson, all of the cities on the Palos Verdes Peninsula, and some of the areas here in the flatlands of Dominguez, as well as Rancho Dominguez up the hill there. Before I get into my remarks, I'd like to pass a flyer, an invitation to council to save the date. We're having a water issue and drought forum for elected officials. It is set for Friday, October 2nd, 2015, and it will be held in the city of Culver City. And we want you to mark your calendar and make sure that you're available when you get your personal invitations. As you know, the drought has been getting a lot of play lately, deservedly so. And I'm here tonight. There's a lot I could tell you. Of course, I don't have all that time, and I don't think you allow me to do that. But I just want to give you just a brief update on what's going on. Some more giving you information. And I want to let you know about the various programs that we have at West Basin that are designed to help the citizens, our ratepayers, to save money. And these programs we have are free to you. And the governor has a mandate that we all save water. We're supposed to be cutting back 25%, but a lot of cities can't make that. And you really, for now, if you listen to your water purveyor, the people you pay your water bill to, you write a check to, they're going to help you out a lot. So as you know, we are in the 4th year of a serious drought. And some people believe that this is the first 4 years of a 10-year drought. But we'll wait and see. In the water world, there's a lot of confusion about who the water agencies are and where our water comes from. A lot of the ratepayers and citizens believe that the water world is a little mystifying.
Not me.
I said some of us. As everyone knows why you don't. But it can be confusing, and I'm here to put a little bit of light on it, not totally demystify water, but give you a little bit of information. The largest wholesale seller of water in Southern California is the Metropolitan Water District. MWD. MWD owns the Colorado River Aqueduct, the California State Water Project Aqueduct, and they bring in water from Northern California and Colorado River for Southern California from, say, Ventura to San Diego. West Basin is a member of the West Basin of the Metropolitan Water District. There are 26 members of MWD. West Basin happens to be one of them. Now, we buy water from MWD, and we sell that water to our local customers, and we have 8 water customers, retailers we call them, and California Water is one of them. As a wholesaler, we are not impacted to the level that retailers are when it comes to the drought. But what we do is that we help our customers, our water retailers, on getting information out to their customers, the folks who do write a check to them, on what they can do to save money. And one of the things that we do, of course, and some of you may have seen this here at City Hall, we have an ocean-friendly garden out there in front of the community center. We have those. We help you develop those for your homes as well. And we have water conservation programs and landscaping techniques, and we also have hands-on workshops. And we continue to distribute water barrels. Have any of you participated in the water barrel giveaway? No? Well, I got to tell you, you're behind the folks on the hill. They come and get their water barrels. So we're going to start our water barrel giveaway again in the fall of this year. So please be on the lookout. Go to our website and get this information. Our website is westbasin.org. That's www.westbasin.org. I have some flyers here that I can give those of you who would like to get a flyer tonight. I can give that to you if you meet me outside of the chambers here. And we also have water conservation devices for commercial entities too. And so we have a commercial kitchen thing and also smart controllers for landscaping. Our big project, though, is the turf removal. And if you want to know more about the turf removal, we're having a kickoff project for the water recycling project that's going to be going in at Anderson Park, and that's going to be, I believe, the 30th or the 29th, but it's the last week of this month at Anderson Park, and we will be giving a full-blown presentation on water conservation and how you can get rebates and those kinds of things there. And again, in addition to that, at the Carson Women's Club on Saturday the 27th, I believe, there will be a full-blown presentation there as well to give out more information. But I think one of the great things that you have here, and yeah, you probably know by now that California Water Company sent out a piece of literature entitled "Managing Your Water Use During the Drought." Outstanding piece of literature, and I have it right here. It tells you all you need to know how you can save money and avoid being fined. Unfortunately, this came out the same week of the last mailings for the June 2nd election. Therefore, it could have gotten mixed up with political mail. And what do people do with political mail, except for the political junkies? What do they do with political mail? So I believe that, there's as they would say, there's a plethora of information in here on how you can save money and avoid being fined. And this is put out by California Water Company, and these are the guys you write the check to, and they're out there to help you. And so if it would be some way that you can get to them and do, I don't know, door hangers again or something like that to get this information out there. I mean, it gives you the days that you allow to water without being fined. Quickly, Mr. Mayor, for even streets, even numbered street addresses, you have Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. For odd streets, you have Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday. And for no street number, you have Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Good information to have, and also tells you what time you can water. Okay, so good information. So I have, like I said, I have more information, flyers for you tonight. And if you'd like to get them, I'll be outside in the lobby there. And so I have not really said all I can say about the West Basin's efforts to help cities and retailers, but I'm going to stop now because I believe my time is up. But I'd like to say this before I go, that water conservation is an attitude, it's a state of mind. Motivation is what gets you started. Habit is what keeps you going. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any questions, Councilwoman?
No, just to say thank you. And that water, the manual, I did receive that. It was with a lot of mail. So could I keep a copy?
Oh, from Cal Water?
Cal Water. It has
Yeah.
a lot of information in there.
Yeah. No, I can't give this to you.
You can't give me that one? You should have
This
two.
is the one that came to my house.
I have one at home.
No, I think anyone, all of you who didn't toss, you go look at your mail.
I have
And you should have one of these in your.
Okay, I'll make sure I get one. Yes. It's an hour when they start. It haven't started yet. Thank you. From the time the public comment starts, it hasn't started yet. Thank you. This isn't counting. Correct. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Sorry. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
With that, our next presentation is recognition of employees Estefania Jimenez and Andrew Rodriguez for assisting during a medical emergency at Hemingway Aquatic Center. We have two certificates that the councilwoman would like to present.
That this council would like to present.
Yes.
We had an emergency at Hemingway Park, and I just wanted, are they here, the staff members? Jimenez? They're not here? Oh, okay, well, we'll do it later.
Okay.
But they just, Cedric, can you give a brief, just a snapshot before they arrive? But I just want to recognize our staff because the person that they saved, rescued, could have died, and our staff reacted immediately. And because of their reaction, the victim is alive today.
And the names again are Estefania Jimenez and Andrew Rodriguez.
And if they arrive, we'll recognize them. Cedric, did I cover it? Yes. Oh, thank you.
Yes, you did.
Before we get to, that's the last item on our agenda under introductions. I just want to go over the public comment procedure, and then I have one more announcement, which I hope everyone will be happy with. The new procedures for oral communication are as follows. If you are here to address the City Council, Housing Authority, or successor agency on any item on the agenda, please form a line to my left or your right. Oral communications will be taken up immediately or soon after 6 p.m. after the flag salute, the invocation, and introductions. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to speak if they are speaking on behalf of 5 or more people. If you are just speaking for yourself, you will have 3 minutes to speak. If you are speaking for 5 or more people, we ask that those 5 people stand with you so we could see who you're speaking on behalf of, and that they remain in the audience standing while you're speaking. Lastly, as an accommodation to our disabled citizens, senior citizens, and children, we're going to offer them priority at the line so they don't have to stand too long. And public comment will be limited to 1 hour from the time it starts, for 1 hour. And if we don't finish all public comment during that 1 hour period, we will resume it again later on in the evening so we can get on with the people's business. But if it looks like there's just 1 or 2 public speakers to go, then we'll go ahead and wrap it up at that point. So before we start public comment, I did have one more announcement. Yesterday, the city of Carson was recognized by one of the oldest and most prestigious community civic organizations as the All-American City. It's presented annually by the National Civic League, and it's the #1 U.S. Civic Recognition Award given to cities, and it has been so since 1949, when the National Civic League commenced this recognition to very special and unique cities. And there's an emblem that many of you have seen at other cities that received the All-American City recognition. Well, as of today, the city of Carson is now an All-American City, and we will be putting that information. There was a delegation of 7 individuals that went to Denver, Colorado to compete for the All-American recognition. That included Cedric Hicks, Director of Community Services, Danny Cook, Senior Services Coordinator, Deputy Frederick Noya, Gang Prevention Team Coordinator, Kanya Dean, Gang Diversion Team Member, Matthew Smith, Male Success Alliance Project Coordinator, Alex Guerrero, Male Success Alliance Member, Nagazi Morty, Field Deputy for the City of Carson. This year's applications were to feature at least one of 3 programs, and the cities highlighted 3. We highlighted the Joseph B. and Mary Ann O'Neill Stroke Center, our Gang Diversion Team, and our Male Success Alliance. So with that, this is the team that received the recognition for the city. So let's give them all a round of applause. And we're going to step down and take a picture.
Mr. Mayor, on behalf of this delegate, we just wanted to make sure we wanted to present to you and the entire city council this plaque that was given to us at the event. One of the key components that's been missing, as you see us before you, are 7 or 8 at this point. We went as being presented. It was about between 35 to 75 other cities that were out there in representation with their communities, and that at some point we thought we might not make it, but you know what? We said we're going to do it. We're going to make this happen, and we presented a true story that represented this community, and they said they loved every bit of it. So one of the key components of it that we were real happy behind, they said our information was genuine, it was from the heart, and they felt it as everyone that was there who was there. So they just really understood that what we did was from representation of you guys here in this city, and that we just want to present this to Albert Robles, our mayor. He was one that kind of spearheaded and kind of pushed us along to making sure we went after this, and that congratulations to you in helping us out, and that our field rep, Ngozi, along with our intern. They said our application was the best well-written application out of hundreds of them that were submitted.
I didn't. Wow, it's so wonderful to be up here. These guys and girls are great. The Denver trip was awesome. I'm speechless. I don't know why I keep on hiding in the back, and I'm just like behind the scenes writing the application. I just want to thank Melissa. She's not here. She's in New York having the time of her life, but she would like to say thank you. And it's such a great opportunity to represent each and every one of you in Denver. And we are truly Carson. We're diverse. We just keep on pushing forward. And here it is, Future Unlimited.
Again, I just want to say thank you to the entire team. All of us here in Carson know that we have a great city, and now the rest of the country knows. So thank you very much.
First of all, I just want to say thank you to this wonderful team and to our leader here for this, and Ngozi. You guys did a fantastic job. When I looked at the pictures, you know, it was, everyone came. They came in numbers. They came in busloads. They came in uniforms. They came with drums. They came with majorettes. They came with everything. We came with a heart that was heard. And so when you speak from your heart and you act from your heart, you are recognized. And I just want to thank our mayor for bringing this to us. Thank you, Mayor Robles, for bringing this to us. Now we're all over the world. We say we're the #1 city because we're the most diverse city. But when you go out and get awards like this, one of many, then you know what we do is we love our residents. You know, we love the people we serve in the city of Carson. So thank you so much to this wonderful team. Ngozi, please come up here and stop hiding in the back. She keeps hiding in the back. She's just awesome, an awesome writer. This is the first step to getting recognized. You got to write. And I just want to say thank you so much for just being you. Thank you.
I could easily say just ditto to everything that was said by the mayor and my colleague, council member Lula Davis Holmes. And you said, first of all, that's how you started your remarks. And I'm going to say, first of all, let's thank the people of Carson, our citizens, for being the wonderful, wonderful constituents that we do have. Without you, we are nothing and we are nobody. But because of you, the programs that we are really providing or spearheading here in the city are just fantastic, especially the ones that we we highlight the fact that we love our senior citizens, and therefore we keep on thinking and thinking over and over again as to exactly how we can provide the excellent services. Ngozi, Morty, thank you and congratulations. I know you have had sleepless nights. Wonderful. I know you spent a lot of time. And Cedric, one of my favorites out there. Don't be jealous now. All right. So thank you so much. And the team, let's give them a big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen.
Lastly, we're fortunate that today in the audience, as I said, there were 3 components that we highlighted in Denver, and one of those was the Stroke Center, and our former council member who helped spearhead that effort is here, so let's give her a round of applause. Beverly Munoz. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. too much, so just leave it right there? Oh, yeah. So we have one more introduction before we do public comment, please. A new employee that I hope the entire community also is just as excited to hear about. Mr. Cecil Rambo, do you want to introduce JR?
Yes. Mayor, Council, I'd like to introduce our new Community Development Director, Mr. John Raymond. John comes to us from Palm Springs, and he was an employee there for approximately 15 years. So, John, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city manager, staff, and members of the public. I am John Raymond. I come to you. I start Monday, and I come to you from the city of Palm Springs. I started it with the city of Palm Springs in 1993. Before that, I worked in the city of Upland in San Bernardino County, and I had a two-year, I call it a sabbatical, in the city of Fresno. I was the assistant redevelopment director in Fresno, city of about the size of Long Beach, about 500,000 people. Really look forward to working in Carson. The NFL Stadium project is certainly exciting as a possibility, and the opportunity to work in a community that's very different than Palm Springs is also incredibly exciting. And I look forward to working with all of you and the public, and to accomplishing great things here in the city of Carson. So thank you for the introduction, and I look forward to starting on Monday. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Welcome aboard, JR. Lastly, I just wanted to emphasize a notice that went out subsequent to the posting of the agenda concerning item number 37, that item is going to be continued, possibly for a special city council meeting on Thursday. So with that, we will now get into our public comment. The first speaker, please step up to the podium.
You stand too close and at home, it's like a muzzle. Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Two, number one, about this new standing thing you have going. We are the residents. You all work for us. It is right for us to respect you when we get up here. If I go over my 3 minutes and don't ask for an extra, you don't give it to me, you have a right to have me to sit down. But to have people, how many young people you see sitting out here? Our bones hurt. And if I have 5 people to stand up and represent to say, I'm going to speak on their behalf, there's not anyone out there that don't have a pain that they can stand up for 5 minutes. So Mike Batoma, Mayor Sweeney, Mayor Fajada, those are the 2 mayors, 3 mayors I'm very aware of and work with, is that they were able to do the council, give our certificates, go into closed session, move the city forward, and was out of here at 9:30. The council being late at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, it is not the residents' responsibility and fault. And to me, you mean all the good in the world maybe, but it's total disrespect to the community. You know, we're not cows, we're not hogs, you know, we're not children in school and lined up going to the classroom. Now, I understand you want to get out of here early, but you all have to look how long you all stay in closed session. Some people, when they get to talking up there on the council, don't know, just like me, don't know when to stop talking. So that's not our responsibility. I want this stopped. This is totally disrespectful to the city of Carson. Now, I don't think you mean to be disrespectful. You're trying to do things right that he messed up, but that's not the way to go. That's not the way to go. Now, I want to speak on the election. I'm asking for an extra half of a minute because I had to tell you, I'm speaking on behalf of everyone. How many people can stand up 5 minutes if I want you to stand on my behalf and stand 5 minutes while I talk 5 minutes? It's painful. Look on the side of that wall and don't tell me that's disrespectful to Carson. There's doing enough to disrespect this city. I don't mean to bring up him, but because of this election, We need some structure in this town. The election, I was with Hilton. That man worked hard. I'm so proud of that young man. He worked this whole town and still managed to minister his church, do a wedding, and do a funeral. And to have this election played with and have it gone on and on. Now, the city attorney and Santa Rita told me, and some people yesterday outside, that they pleaded with him to do this election Wednesday. He refused to because he got a suit against the city. Of all the people in this city, beside me, Jim Deere got a suit against the city of Carson. I'm asking for an extra minute because I have to tell you about these people. I'm speaking on behalf of the public there. You're going to have to get the doctor or psychiatrist. I'm not saying this to be funny, people. Jim Deere's going too far. I'm not saying this to put him down. I'm not saying this to degrade him. He's dangerous. He's getting to the point he's appeared to be dangerous. When he cannot respect this town and
Your time is up.
I'm asking a question. Will you all help us? We need you all to get the attorney, a new attorney if she's not able to do her job, or someone to do something about this election.
Thank you. Next speaker.
All right. Just wanted to give anybody else a chance before me. Want to say thank you, City Council board members and all the other people here who have spent time in their life or have made a career in public service. Your contributions to the community are greatly appreciated. My name's Charlie Pessa. I'm here on behalf of Sully Miller Contracting, and I humbly and simply request that the city not approve item 33 from the agenda tonight so that our position associated with the award of project number 1043 can be properly investigated by the city staff, or I ask that the city take action to award the project number 1043 to Sully Miller Contracting Company. To start, the city has not responded to our protest letter that we sent to the city manager. In our letter, Sully Miller points out many flaws in Powell's rebid of project number 1043. Of these flaws, I specifically would like to point out that Powell has unfairly claimed DBE participation for work that does not exist in the contract documents and therefore cannot count such participation towards Powell's DBE goal. As a result, if this adjustment's made, Powell, by contract, could only be awarded the project if they submitted a good faith effort. And when we reviewed Powell's bid documents, we did not see that a good faith effort was submitted. Furthermore, we'd like it to be well known in the city of Carson that Sully Miller was notified by city staff of being the lowest responsible bidder in February of this year for project number 1043, but in this very building right before the start of the city council meeting on February 17th, the recommendation to award such project to Sully Miller was pulled from the agenda and the project was re-advertised and rebid. It should be well known that despite a clear reduction in scope, Powell's original bid for project number 1043 was $15.2 million. As compared to their new price, which is $16.9 million. When the city executes its right to reject all bids, the integrity of the public bid process is compromised. Powell was allowed to correct multiple mistakes in their bid proposal, and on top of that, they were able to add $1.7 million to their proposal despite a reduction in scope. This is not supposed to happen in public bid processes, and we rely on public officials to uphold and in many cases protect the integrity of the public bid process. We are not able to change what has happened, but we can certainly ask the city to take a moment to investigate our concerns.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Councilor.
Evening.
And the administration. You haven't seen me in about 8 years, and you took me away from my basketball game. I have a big problem about the city that I've lived in for 62 years. And it have gotten to the point, I want to pass this to the mayors. It's gotten to the point where we have to fight for everything that come our way. And it's not good. I went to vote a couple of weeks ago and had a rough time finding my voting place. I got a call at 6 o'clock to tell me my voting place have changed. And I said, "You're talking to the wrong man. Do you know who you're talking to? You're talking to Joe Bowman. That's my name. I didn't give it to you. Joe Bowman. I ran Charlotte House. I had 2 businesses in this city. And I'm a strong, strong man. I know when I'm hurt, and I know when I'm blessed. This city, I wrote a letter to Wanda. I didn't hear Wanda talk to me that day. I didn't hear from him. If you see, it's got it right here. Let me give you one. Give me one to the attorney. That was so embarrassing to me. I don't want to have to go through this again where you're going to send me 5 places to vote and nobody know am I supposed to vote here or not. And it was really, really bad. Really, really bad. So my thing is this. I would hate to miss my basketball game. That's the last that I can say, but I'm going to be short. But when I get out and miss a basketball game, a football game, I got a bad knee now from playing football. You have stirred up a problem. That problem is with Joe Bowman. And it won't stop if we don't stop it, our councilors, because I'm going to take it higher. I know the people's in high places. I will take it higher. So please do your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mr. Bowman, the city council had nothing to do with changing the polling place. You're looking at him right there, your city clerk.
Okay. Thank you, Lula. I wanted to say that, but thank you, Lula. You got brave. You're brave. You and the young lady back there, you speak out. I speak out. Everybody else seems to be scared of who we vote into our city, but I'm not. And thank you, Lula, and thank you for speaking out. If we keep bringing these people into our city, a football stadium, oh, make me laugh. I'm sitting down because I can keep going. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, while the next speaker is coming up, since I was addressed, I want to say that there were 3 schools. I want to respond to the accusation. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to respond to the accusation.
Order, please. Mr. Deere, there was no accusation.
Yeah, he said there
was no accusation.
From the councilwoman, she said the city clerk is responsible. I did not move the polling places.
Order, please. Order.
There were 3 elementary schools that did not allow us
Mr. Deere.
to use their school.
Mr. Deere, this isn't on the agenda. Can you please let the speaker speak?
So I was accused by the councilwoman, and she's lying.
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Dave Martinez. I'm president of Sully Miller Contracting Company. For over 90 years, Sully Miller has been constructing the infrastructure of Southern California as a very integral part of Southern California's environment. What I'm asking you tonight is to do what's correct in the public bid requirements and the integrity of the process. My colleague, Mr. Pesa, gave some points earlier. We're asking you to reconsider those points tonight. Reconsider staff's recommendation, consider the bid protest filed with the city attorney, and award Carson Street Master Plan Project 1043 to Sully Miller Contracting. Our record in the city is impeccable. Our safety record in the industry is unparalleled. We are the lowest responsible contractor on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, and I come to you with a heavy heart. And for those citizens that don't know me, my name is Charles Davis. I have 36 years elected official in this area. I got elected city clerk in Compton in 1973 and retired in 2003. I'm currently on the school board of Compton Unified School District as elected official, and served the north end of this great city. I was on the College Board of Trustees for 4 years, serving the north end of this great city. I conducted your election that you had back in March. Yesterday I came here, and I'm going to read this letter to you, and it's with heavy heart that I come to you with this. Well, let me point out something. During that election, I had problems from the mayor ran for city clerk. On the statement of qualification, I had to tell him he needed to change the statement of qualification because he had the prior city clerk doing a testimonial. The mayor was supposed to write the argument for the measure on the utility user tax, and there were some issues with that, and and his attorney threatened to sue me. Anyway, we prevailed. But let me read this letter to you. At about 8:33 a.m. yesterday, while I was in the north end of the parking lot of Carson City Hall talking to some of the Carson citizens regarding the events of the morning, I got an email from Jim Deere's attorney that he was filing a petition on behalf of Jim Deere for a writ of mandate and complaint for injunctive and declaratory relief in downtown Los Angeles court the next morning. That would have been this morning, naming me as a real party and others as respondents. Sometime after that, I sought out the city attorney for clarification and if the city was going to represent me. I caught up with the city attorney in the hallway between the city manager's office and the doorway leading to the bathrooms on the first floor. City Clerk Jim Deere came running down the hallway. He called out my name. I stopped. I turned. In his left hand, he had some papers. He extended them toward me. I took them. He said, "You've been served." And as he turned away under his breath, he said, "Nigger."
Oh, what a liar.
And
this man is a liar as far as you can.
And proceeded back to his office.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak after he's done.
I was between him and the city attorney, and I don't know if she heard it.
Honey, you were there.
She was in. I was in between you and her.
Speak to the mayor.
I'm speaking to
Don't
the mayor.
address
Stop
me.
calling
Speak
me
to
a
the
liar,
mayor
man.
and the council,
Just be
please.
quiet and stop calling me a liar. I will speak to the mayor. Okay? It is strange that a person who took the election responsibility from Ms. Gause, the prior city clerk, in the March election, is now crying foul and suing me.
Yes, your time is up. Yes, thank you.
Well, you know, it's personal privilege. You know, I get to speak, but I'm not looking for an apology. I don't expect one. It is not his nature. When he gets into serious debates with black people who he perceives he has power over, as he did with Ms. Gause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that's a pretty extreme accusation for him to make. And as a fellow elected official, I would like to very briefly address that and deny, please.
Order, please.
I'm
Order.
Mr. Mayor,
Just
I'm
let
going
him speak
I
very
will
briefly.
officially deny that I said that he's making it up. And the city attorney was present. I didn't say you're served. I said this is a notice, a courtesy notice, so he knows about the ex parte. You're an attorney, so you know exactly what that is. So the city attorney was present, and she did not hear me say that, because no one heard me say that. And anyone who knows me said I would never, ever say that. I would never say that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Next. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Wilson, and I have been a resident here for 42 years, raised my children here, was educated here at Cal State Dominguez, and I do have a complaint. Although I went to Cal State Dominguez, I did not know where this polling place was. But mind you, I'm not going to take away from how the facility looked. It was a nice facility, very nice facility. But I had no clue that that was the voting place. The sign, you know, it's kind of breezy up there. The sign was on the ground. I just happened to walk through some double doors and found some nice people who assisted me. But it was not a good experience. We talk about, and I've read in the Carson report where you talk about the city of Carson's position and statement. I just want to read one line, and that's the first paragraph. Carson is a vibrant city with a great town atmosphere, where relationships are important. And I feel that our relationships, my relationships with the elected people, I want to always be at harmony with you, but you need to do the right thing. I'm not attacking you, Mr. Deere, but I know you to be a substitute teacher. I know that you know how to communicate with people. And when I got some of the mailing, I said, wouldn't it have been nice to put a red circle around there? What does red represent? It's universal. It tells you to stop. There's a warning. It would have been so easy to have done that. Do you know how much of this we get in the mail each and every day? And so happens it comes, and sometimes, I'm not blaming the post office, but sometimes all these things are stuck in these mailers. So I'm just saying, it might not have been completely your fault, but guess what? What you did send out, and I'm sure everyone can see the red circles. That would have told me right there, you better stop and read. We are known as a small town. Things move kind of slow here. I've been accustomed to things moving kind of slow, but when something jumps out at you, like voting, and you just take it for granted sometimes that, oh, it's in my same mailing place. Okay, I'll go there.
That's a good suggestion.
I saw so many people coming back from the polls. One person, he's a professor. You see him walking all over the city of Carson with his little dog. Well, I saw him. He could barely make it home that day. It was a nice citizen in Carson who took him up to Cal State Dominguez to vote, but he had to walk home. So I'm just saying that, I'm not trying to bash you, but we need you to be transparent enough that we won't think wrong of you, okay?
Thank you.
So that's all I have to say. I thank you for allowing me to come before your presence.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Next speaker.
Greetings. My name is Hattie Wadlington. I've lived in the city of Carson since 1970. I'm a retired teacher from 2 Carson schools, Broadacres and Broad Avenue, and I've worked for years working the polls. Usually, the precinct that I work has a much higher turnout. The people who did come to vote at Cal State Dominguez, I would say maybe every 4th person had a complaint. I never heard so many complaints in all my life. The facility was beautiful. It was awesome. We had plenty of space. I mean, I would really recommend that facility. However, they had such a difficult time with the directions, knowing exactly where they were supposed to vote. So somehow there needs to be better communication and enough advance notice so that the voters, they will come out if they know where they're supposed to vote. I'm telling you, it really needs to be corrected. But thank you.
Ma'am.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sonny, I've got the list of the percentages for later.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
My name is Del Huff. I really don't know where to begin, but let me just begin. Tommy mentioned this new procedure. I do agree. This is very disrespectful to ask seniors to stand in line like that. If you will, I would appreciate it too. Perhaps you rethink it. What is the problem with us sitting comfortably in these new nice seats and coming up to speak? Maybe you can fill us in on that one. Let me say the election of the 2nd. I too have to echo on the north end. It was hoopla as the people came up to find out that their polling place had been changed. Many of them chose not to vote. Some, those of us who are residents, did give them a ride over there. That should not happen. I understand it's not your fault, but what I'm asking you to do, send a letter from the city to the proper authorities, letting them know that the residents in Carson were very displeased, disrespected, and displaced on that June election. The other thing that I would like to ask you to do, money is spent for a lot of things. To host another election,
go ahead.
I am being disrespected, and I find it a problem that this is like a loose cannon, that there's never anyone that pulls it back or anything. I discipline my children better than that. I feel that the money that would be spent on another election or anywhere else in the city, it is important for us to put it behind legal action to rid our city of the cancer that resides in the clerk's office. There are derelict of duties that have gone on, and any time we have an election on June the 2nd, and today is the 16th, and one person is controlling everything here, it has been said from the council if there was a problem, and I first don't even see why we didn't go outside. After he openly endorsed someone, we still let him reside over that election. Something is wrong here. He disrespects you. He has all evening. He got up and walked out when you were taking pictures. He cut across, not saying he couldn't have come across this way. He's playing with his phone. He sits here and talks to people. We respect you as our city council. Why is it that also someone else who works in the city can't be held accountable for those actions as well? We are asking you to please allow us to continue to respect you, our leaders, our city, and demand the same accountability for everyone. Everyone. This has got to stop. Even our children are watching this going on and saying, what in the world is the matter with this? How do you explain it? It hasn't been explained to any of us. And so I just ask you to please, please, in this episode of Looney Tunes that is branched out.
Your time is up.
City clerk's office into the rest of the city for everybody else to see. And
Thank
for
you.
us to continually be disrespected. You've got to step up and stop.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Don't start my time yet. This was difficult. I'm a senior citizen. This was difficult. Okay, Mayor and City Council, I'm here. Yesterday, Carson Citizens of Reform had a press conference, held one yesterday morning, and we was asking that the current city clerk step down, cease and desist in handling this election, this previous election. It's 2 weeks after the election, and we don't even know the final vote count. That's absurd. Now, we expect, there were 4 grounds. I am going to be preparing a letter to the Department of Justice, the civil rights, the civil voting rights section, because I do feel that the voters in the North were disenfranchised. This was African American community, the majority, and it would have just taken a few minutes to go across the street from Anna Lee or from the other school, Leapwood, and ask the citizens up there, could one of you let us use your garage for a polling place for one day? And I'll bet you there will be a lot of people willing to do that. We expect our election official to remain neutral. And this city clerk endorsed another candidate in this race at the Democratic endorsement process. We have pictures here of him at the other candidate's election headquarters. This is unheard of. Our city clerk should be neutral and above board. Now, all last week, the city clerk is attending a conference, which is, the City Clerk 101 type conference, which should have been taken at another time. And instead, my suspicion is he's delaying this voter turnout. I listened to the transcript. I listened to the meeting, because we don't have minutes, of the April 21st meeting in which Mayor Pro Tem Santorina, you said, hey, Councilwoman Davis Holmes, this is slander. This is terrible that you're saying this guy can't handle the election. So you didn't offer it to the other city elections official. And you said you would stand behind the people if there was any appearance of impropriety. You would lead the recall. Please start it with me. I'll be happy to work with you. And most importantly, the most egregious act that was taken care of was on Saturday, when the city clerk got 2 deputy sheriffs off what they should be doing, protecting our city, on a Saturday, and had them escort him into City Hall under the pretense he's going to get some money from the safe or whatever it was, which he never did. He changed the combination of the vault that had the live ballots. There is a issue of the propriety of how the handling. I mean, this whole election's in conflict, and it will be stated to the Department of Justice. I think you folks better take charge and get us back and represent us. Thank you. Oh, there were 2 items on the agenda I want to talk about. One of them is the budget, and you're saying that you're giving the finance director, who's got very little experience, but I'm sure quite capable once he learns, to sign checks, spend funds. Last year, you didn't pass the budget.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Ramirez. I've called a couple of times to Richard Garland, the traffic engineer, about my signal on 223rd. No return calls. I've come here to see him. He's not available. But also on Avalon, there's a signal by Ralph's. That cut up pretty fast. I've been waiting for months. We have special aid children that have to cross that street early in the morning and later in the afternoon. The mother almost got hit by one of those cars because there was a semi blocking the view of the driver. Now there's children that are getting off of buses, the city bus, to go to this special aid school over on 223rd. I don't think we want a lawsuit. Please get that signal there. We cannot get in or out of our street because of those semis. We can't see around them. And also, why don't we have the utility tax on TV? We have the Park and Rec here, and that's so important to the residents. We want to know what's going on. Please, let them be seen on TV. You have programs going that we see constantly. I don't know, there's so much I want to say that is pathetic with what's going on in this city. Please, help the people. Oh, yes, and it was street cleaning on our street. There was 2 cars that did not move. There was no patrol behind the sweep cleaner to give them a ticket. There's cigarette butts. They changed their oil. Our neighborhood's going to pots. The fence by 405 has been down for over 3 months. I've called and wanted it fixed. There's dogs going up there. You're going to have accidents more on that freeway. What are we to do? We don't get any help from our people that work here. They're not responding. It's terrible. Don't make this city go down the dumps.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, can you see to it that Mr. Garland returns Ms. Ramirez's phone call and meets with her this week at her earliest convenience?
Yes, we'll take care of that.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I'm here to address the issue that on June 2nd, when my friend and I went to the polling place, that actually we had gotten literature telling us where we were going to go, the South Bay Pavilion, for voting. We had forgotten our booklets, so I called the city of Carson to find out what suite it was going to be in. At that time, the girl was looking for the suite number. In mid-sentence, she had already told us it was at the South Bay Pavilion. Halfway through her sentence, she tells me, oh, no, wait, that's been changed. You're voting at the community center. If we hadn't called, we would have been lost all night long. We wouldn't have known where to go. So, I mean, I will give people the benefit of the doubt. When people start a new job, you have to get used to it. But how can you be so erroneous in so many occasions? I mean, there's so few people that vote as it is. The people that actually take it as a mandate to go out and exercise their right to vote, you should make it as easy as possible for them to do so. And I felt that night was a disservice to the people of Carson and to the democratic process in whole. Now, the thing is, tonight you presented us with a team that went and represented Carson. And I'm proud of that team. They got something for us. They did something for us. Those are the kind of people that we need in Carson. Those are the people we have in Carson. And those are the people that you're representing. So when you make these decisions as to, who you're going to let handle the elections, you got to make sure that that's the person that has the most experience and can do it. Now, the issue here is that we're holding ballots that have not been counted. And they need to be counted. We shouldn't have to wait 2 weeks to find out who's going to sit in one of those seats. We need effective leadership now. This city is poised to expand at an exponential rate. We've got so much development coming in here. We've got the idea of a football team, 2 football teams coming in. We need those seats filled. We need people that are effective leaders. And we need you to step up. We need those ballots counted now. And we need to have whoever won that election sitting up there at the next city council meeting. Okay? So,
your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Roy Love. I've been a volunteer in this city for almost 40 years. I've chaired the Environmental Commission for over 10, vice chair of the Human Relations Commission, vice chair of the Economic Development Commission on the first interracial council for the city of Carson, and volunteered on numerous committees. But since all of that time, I've never had any problems with any mayor, with any members of the city, except right now I want to report a real problem I've had with the mayor, the current mayor. The current mayor, you see, I also was appointed as part of a diverse group of the partnership Joint Powers group, okay? So you had 5 people. But for whatever reason, whatever arbitrary reason he had, he decided that I shouldn't be on there anymore. So he made sure that I was eliminated from the Environmental Commission. And then he used that excuse to say, well, as a result, we're going to take you also from the Joint Powers Authority. So I'm saying you can't, and he had no reason, had no real reason. Frankly, we had a diverse group until I got lopped out. Now it's no longer that totally diverse. What I'm saying is not only that, then I was shocked at a meeting we had earlier today. At the last meeting that I attended when I was on the Joint Powers Authority, we had a fair election for vice president. Then this mayor walks, and even though the bylaws say you only hold 1 election a year, he decided that now that he's appointed somebody new to replace me, that this time, then he's going to hold another election. Of course, with it being 3-2, and he got his way. I'm saying we really have a dangerous person up here calling themselves being the mayor. You guys have no idea. I believe he's ruthless, and you can see around. But hey, in my case, they didn't even give me anything in writing. Nothing in writing, then I'm gone, even though all the years I've done and also being the chair. Didn't give me anything, just decided that, boom, you're gone. And the same thing with that election, which is totally illegal. I think if you don't curb him, he's going to cause us to have a lot of lawsuits. Matter of fact, that commission I'm supposed to be on, everybody was supposed to have the same powers and authority. Well, hey, he decided, forget about that. He's going to call the shot. So he really had no authority to remove me, but he did anyway. People just accepted that. So I'm saying it's very dangerous, and I've never seen anyone like this. If we want a democracy, if we want to stay here, then we've definitely got to hold this mayor, make him accountable, because he is out of control.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Patrick Perry. I'm here on behalf of the South Bay Pavilion
and I have a more mundane concern than what's been expressed here so far this evening. I'm here to speak on...
If you're here to speak on the
item
hearing...
number 14.
That's, I believe that's a noticed hearing, and...
It's on consent.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
And what I'm requesting is that you pull that off the consent calendar and continue that to a date uncertain. We received a draft of that agreement less than a week ago. The city attorney placed it on tonight's agenda before we had an opportunity to provide comments on that agreement. The comments that we had are substantial. We've not had an opportunity to follow up with the city attorney with respect to that, to come to terms that would be agreeable with respect to that agreement. We're not opposed to the agreement to enter into the fair share for the additional security. It's just that the terms of the agreement as currently drafted are not acceptable, and I feel that it's going to take some time in order for us to come to an agreement. So therefore, we're asking for the additional time. I'm available for questions if you want to call the item later, but I won't take up any more of your time at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, City Council. I'm here to speak on item 30, and it's more of a statement I'd like to make. In all the time I've seen the newer development going on, nobody has ever questioned development staff.
Well, number 30 is noticed as a public hearing, so you can speak on it now, or you can wait until the item is called, because for public comment, for public hearings, testimony is taken from sworn witnesses, but you're welcome to speak on it right now if you'd
Okay, I'd like to.
Go ahead, you may continue.
To put another unit that size would possibly bring in 3,000 people in a half a mile, more like 2/10 of a mile. The congestion right now is so bad, and that project next to Ralph's is not even done yet. So we don't even see the impact of what that's going to have before you're making another venture in a giant building. That's all I got to say on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. What did you said if I wanted to stick around for it to come up?
Yes. Later on in the evening. So at that point, anybody who wishes to speak on any noticed hearing will be sworn in, and then they will be allowed to provide testimony.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, City Council.
Yes.
I'm here to
it's okay. Go ahead.
My name is John Villa. I live at Park Avalon.
Yes.
I'm here on the construction of the new property where the mobile's at, or Chevron. I hope the city makes whatever.
Again, I just want to make, you're more than welcome to speak on it now, but that item is noticed as a public hearing, and and at that point, residents can testify under oath.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead if you'd like.
Mine's more of a question to City Council. Is due to, are you guys following through with the developers corresponding with the residents surrounding that development? Because the City Center South facility, which is Gateway and Renaissance, okay, nobody followed up on our property damages. Okay, that's my whole deal, because I feel the residents in that community, surrounding community where that's at, should be warned. Take pictures of your property because you will have damages. Okay, and nobody at City of Carson did anything for us. I hope the city warns the surrounding community about that. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jim Roberts. I'm with TriStar Risk Management, and I'm sorry I'm speaking tonight with respect to item number 34 on the agenda, the awarding of a 3-year contract for workers' compensation third-party administration. We are the incumbent third-party administrator, TriStar Risk Management. and we have had a very successful relationship with the city of Carson for the last 7 years, since 2008. I would like to draw your attention to an attachment to the agenda, work comp settlement account savings 2015-466, which shows, and this is a exhibit prepared by the by staff, showing that since 2008 there's been a consistent reduction in workers' compensation costs, and also a consistent coming in under budget. We feel that a true cost benefit analysis would possibly yield a different ultimate determination. We feel that the too much weight was given to just workers' compensation administrative fees, which, albeit we were not the lowest, based on the city of Carson's annual spend on workers' compensation. However, there are lots of other cost considerations in terms of comp costs going out, also other fee considerations, and we think that once that analysis has taken place, TriStar might actually be the low-cost bidder. So I would like to urge that item 34 be continued for further consideration. Regardless of your decision, however, I would also like to say that it's been a pleasure and a privilege to serve the city of Carson for the last 7 years. We would love to continue as the city's third-party administrator. However, regardless, I would just like to thank you for the past 7 years and the relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councilors. My name is Miriam Vasquez, and I'm a resident of Carson for 50 years. And I'm here to make a complaint. Like you see, I didn't stand in line like those ladies complain about it. It's not very nice to be standing in line, especially in a chamber. So we need to be sit down. We are ladies. We are here for a reason, and we should not pay the pain to be standing there. Well, another thing that bring me here today, because I'm fed up what's going on in the city of Carson. I'm sick and tired that when I come to the city hall for a very important reason, I be asked to move out here in the chamber when it was your swearing ceremony. They want me to sit on outside in a conference room, and I disagree, and I say I have the same right as other people to sit down in here. I'm a taxpayer, I'm a voter, and a resident of Carson. That was once. Another time, they didn't let me into the city hall for the public safety. Today, I came here because I need to talk to your representative. And I was kicked out of the office because Monera Gabino was in there. And she's a Filipino. And they took me out of there. I'm a resident of Carson for many years. I'm a senior citizen. I pay my taxes. And she is with a student visa. And she got a restraining me, which all liars. And she lied to the attorney, to the judge, saying that she lived here for 10 years. And that is a very bad thing to do, to lie to a judge. And she only was here for a couple years. And she's working in the city of Carson, getting $67,000 a year. What is this? Because it's under the umbrella Ilito Santarina. Enough is enough. There's a lot of people under his umbrella working in the city hall. I don't accept this anymore. I'm sick and tired of what's going on in here. I have a voice. I represent my community. the Latino community. We don't have Latino working here except to clean the city hall and the community center. Enough is enough. I hope tonight that woman will be out. I have more right to be here than her. Okay, I pay my taxes. I'm a resident, a taxpayer, and before I came here to live, this Chambler wasn't here, so I contribute to the money for this place.
Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. I was. Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fitzclarty Bovell, employed for the City of Carson. First of all, I want to say to all the ladies here tonight, you look beautiful. So the reason I'm here, because I have to thank Cesar Rambo, Maria Slaughter, Ms. Gail Dixon, Anthony Rocco, Fred Losa, and everyone that's involved with the union. We have a tyrant in the corporate yard. His name is Christopher Ortiz. This gentleman made a comment in the presence of the union trying to resolve a simple problem that, Mr. Bovell, I don't want to see you even close to me or anywhere in the office or the hallway because I feel threatened by you. Now, I ask myself, what do you mean by that? My color? My intelligence, the Negro, the slave, apartheid. What did he mean by that? So here I am thinking I'm dealing with an ignorant person that has no respect towards another human being. And the worst thing about it, he has disrespected every lady that works at the corporate yard. And that hurts me. So I'm asking the city and the city manager to please have a video available. The date is 6/11/15, so Ms. Slaughter can see Mr. Ortiz in action, the way he tries to belittle me, degrade me, and so forth. And all I have to say to Mr. Christopher Ortiz, today is your year. You know why, Ms. Ortiz? You just read a real man that you cannot control. I am a real man, Ms. Ortiz, and don't you ever forget that. And another reason I'm here, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Ortiz is trying to provoke me into a physical confrontation. And all I can say, if anything happens, you can't say you weren't told. So that's the reason I'm here tonight, and I have to congratulate the management staff for trying to resolve this gentleman's behavior. And before I leave, all I have to say to all of the fathers here tonight, happy Father's Day. Remain as beautiful as you are, just like me, and enjoy life.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, members of the City Council, staff members. When I was very young, in church, there was a song we sang very often, and it said, Lord, I'm troubled about my soul. Some of you may have heard your grandparents sing that song. Tonight, I'm troubled about my city. I walked the streets, my husband, my neighbors, and I, with Dr. Gil Smith, to gather signatures for the incorporation of this city. I don't think I've ever seen the city in such a disarray as it is today. I don't know why that exists, but I feel that our city officials, those people on city council that we voted into office, need to look into the concerns of the citizens of our city. Now, there's a book that says, whatsoever things are good, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are true. Think on those things. I want to think on some of those. Councilwoman Holmes, I want to thank you for your planning and that outstanding Juneteenth event that was held this past Saturday. Somebody on my commission asked, what is Juneteenth? Why do we celebrate Juneteenth? And of course I had to explain to them that the Emancipation Proclamation had been signed. All of the states, I think, in the United States were honoring that proclamation. The city of Texas chose not to honor it until 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation had been signed. And when the people found out, they celebrated. That's why we still celebrate that Emancipation Proclamation. So thank you, Councilwoman, for reminding us that we need to appreciate our ancestors, we need to appreciate our families, we need to appreciate all of our friends and the people in our city and in this country who are still contributing to justice in this country. Another thank you, I would like to thank Cedric and his team for representing our city so well that we received that award of All American City. You know, you never know when you
Councilwoman, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening to the mayor and to the city council and to our God in which we trust. I come today to ask you to not to have our older people or anyone standing in line. I totally agree that even if we have to give them the front row seats, I believe that would be appropriate for them. I also come to you today to ask if you can represent all people inside of your city. We, the National Day of Prayer, as Mayor Pro Tem Elito Santorina said at the National Day of Prayer, that we welcome the Gentiles and the Jews, and that means all races. So when we look at North Carson, it should be represented well. When we look at South Side, it should be represented well. When we look at the center of anything, it should be represented well. I believe that the Word of God say that He created everything. And in everything He created, there is good. So I do come to you to ask you on behalf of our Lord and Jesus Christ, in which we put all of our trust, that if we can represent the city well, and as a representative of the pastors inside of this community, we want you to know that we are praying for you, and we ask you to really seek God and to lean not unto your own understanding, but in all of thy ways acknowledge Him, and He shall direct your path. So on behalf of the West Coast National Day of Prayer, I do thank you for your support, and also everyone's in greeting from the West Coast. So once again, we represent all people inside of the city. God bless you and God thank you. And also a very special guest that I have brought with me today is from out in the Temecula, and that is Carrie. So Carrie, can you please stand as I walk back to my seat? Once again, Cedric, thank you so much for standing in with me as I enter here. God bless you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. I think the residents of Carson deserve respect, and the person that is working here and lied to the judge, I think that's perjury, and she should be taken out. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. As a resident, Carson, for 30 plus years, I am now a mom who has the opportunity to raise her children here. They are part of the Parks and Recs, and they play on the softball teams, basketball teams, and the different leagues. At the moment, our online systems are not automated, meaning that if there's any scores that they take or the umpires take, if the scorecards are not turned in, our children do not know where their standing is amongst the league. And it takes a long time to prepare for the championship. I had spoken to the park superintendent as well as, I can't call his name. I will get his name for you. Excuse me. No, not Frank. Not Frank. I will get that. But he stated that there has been a suggestion that this be online and that there has been a starting of that. So I'd like to see that happen for our children so that they can prepare for the finals and that they know their correct standing versus waiting on the umpires. My second thing that I'd like to speak about is the election on June 2nd, Mr. Deere. I think it's appalling that several days after the election, we do not have a second count of the ballots, nor do we have all outstanding ballots memorialized in written format. I am still a bit concerned about what the delay is. This certainly leads to the speculation and raises fears of the election vault being stuffed with ballots, especially after the incident that occurred on Saturday. The fears have been heightened since the chief elections official, the city clerk, appeared as an endorser in campaign mailers for candidates in this race. You should be neutral, city clerk. This is a special election with 50 to 75% less ballots than a regular election. I am still confused as to why there has not been the second counting. I was at the meeting on Friday. On Friday, there was supposed to be someone to oversee the counting. I came in on Monday at 11 a.m. so that I can witness the counting and was told again that it was postponed until Wednesday. I met with you, city clerk, on Monday to find out why it had been delayed again, and you stated to me that it was because you were not there on the meeting on Friday. I asked you where you were, and you said you were at UC Riverside, and it was all a part of the plan. I asked you what the plan was, and you said, so that I can do my duties as city clerk. As residents, we have elected you, or you have been elected, and your sole job should be to make sure that the election is taken care of and that it is done with integrity. It has not been thus far. I read in the Daily Breeze today that we would have the second count on Wednesday. I am hoping that this will be done and it will.
Your time is up. Thank you. There's no one else lined up. Seeing no other public speakers, we're going to go ahead and continue with the rest of the agenda. At this time, I'm going to ask that we take up item number 32, further consideration of an appointment to fill the vacancy on the city council created by the appointment of Mayor Robles. And at this time, I move the appointment of Jawan Hilton to the city council.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Mr. Mayor, for the record, there's no quorum at this time, so business comes to a
Those
halt.
opposed? There's no opposition. At this time, the vote was taken before the quorum was broken, and there was no opposition.
I don't think you're going to
registered
ramrod
at
a
this
vote
time.
like that without discussion.
At this time,
It's illegal.
We're going to be in recess until Mr. Jawan Hilton is sworn in. By our
State for the
clerk.
record, the mayor is committing an illegal act. There's no quorum.
Order, please.
No, there's no quorum.
Order.
You cannot do it with two council members. It's
Order,
illegal.
please.
I will sue the city again
I-
and win again.
Order, please. we don't have a quorum
the mayor
present
we can't
at this time, but there was a quorum present
no,
when
no,
the
no.
vote was
That's
taken.
not-
But
Okay.
Mr.
Mr.
Deere,
Mayor,
you're
for
out
the
of order.
record,
Mr. Deere,
there is
you're
no
out of
quorum
order. There is
tonight.
no quorum.
No, there's no quorum.
There is no quorum. But
Oh, no.
that doesn't mean I cannot speak. And I'm going to speak. I have heard numerous comments from our residents from every neighborhood in this city. You're excused, Mr. Deere. Thank you. You're excused. You're excused. I have heard comments from every corner of our city, as the councilwoman likes to say, from the north, south, and east and west. And everybody, regardless of what candidate they supported, regardless of what candidate they thought may have won, everyone wants these ballots counted. I am thoroughly disappointed that 2 weeks later, we still don't have these ballots counted. I remember before the election, on April 21st, where our city clerk promised the council, promised the residents of the city to expeditiously count the ballots if there were no issues. Expeditiously count the ballots if there were no issues. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? There haven't been any issues. The election occurred on what's that? That's fine. Doesn't need to be taped. The election occurred on June 2nd. On June 3rd, Mr. Deere was complimented except for the closing of the two most heavily voted precincts in the northern part of the city. The election went off without a hitch. And I say that not to minimize what happened in the northern part, but these ballots were expeditiously counted on June the 2nd. And by 10:30, all the ballots had been counted. Over 5,000 ballots were counted in a couple of hours. Literally a couple of hours. On June the 9th, after I wrote a letter to the County Register Recorder's Office official, Dean Logan, requesting that he expeditiously count and verify the signatures. And I also called him and left him a voicemail message on his cell phone. He immediately, expeditiously, I'm going to use that word because that was their city clerk's word, he expeditiously verified those signatures and turned them around and informed the city clerk as to which signatures were valid and which ones were not valid. And hence, the counting could have commenced pursuant to a 48-hour notice. But they didn't. For some inexplicable reason, those ballots continue to not be counted. So, on June the 12th, pursuant to my request, we had a special city council meeting, at which time the city council was going to consider the retention of another elections official to expeditiously count these ballots. And that notice was posted on the 11th early in the morning that there was going to be a special city council meeting. Then, and only then, did the city clerk post the 48-hour notice that he was going to count the ballots on Monday, yesterday? Over the weekend, I'm sorry, and on Friday at that special city council meeting, the city clerk, through his senior deputy city clerk, informed us on Friday that the 48-hour notice had been issued and posted and that the counting of the ballots would commence on Monday, yesterday. Over the weekend, our city attorney spoke with the city clerk and his attorney and was told that the city clerk would count the ballots on Monday. Then, yesterday, on Monday morning at about 8 a.m., our city attorney received ex parte notice from the city clerk's counsel informing us that he was going into court on an ex parte notice and he would not be counting the ballots on Monday. He then reissued a 48-hour notice for tomorrow. This was on Monday. Today, his attorney contacted our city attorney again and informed us that he was going to be going into court on an ex parte basis tomorrow morning. He cannot be at two places at one time. I am concerned as to why these ballots have not been counted.
I'll clarify it when he's finished.
I have worked for the county as a precinct worker. I have been invited as an election observer in international elections to observe their process to make sure that there are no shenanigans. I have fought in court here in California against other individuals who I feel were disenfranchising and not allowing the people's voice to be heard. And I will be damned if I'm going to allow that to happen here in my city.
I'll be damned. We be damned.
For the life of me, I cannot understand why these ballots have not been counted. And all it does is feed the suspicion, the belief that there is something afoot. And that's not right. So, because of that, that is why a few moments ago, I went ahead and made the motion that Jawan Hilton, the one who is winning, the one who may win, be sworn in as the city council member. And to fill my vacant seat. To fill my vacant seat as was properly agendized. And as I believe it was properly second and properly voted upon while the three of us were present. If Mr. Jawan is watching, or if someone can call Mr. Jawan. Oh, he's here now. Mr. Hilton, would you please step forward so the city clerk can swear you in? Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Hilton. It's on. Go ahead. He doesn't control the mic.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your vote of confidence, you and Councilwoman Holmes. With all due respect, I would ask the clerk that he would deputize my wife and let my wife give me my swearing in.
Mr. City Clerk? Mr. City Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Are you
Mr.
going
Mayor,
to-
I'm afraid you do not know the law. I'm going to state the law to you now.
Go ahead.
Statute of the state of California requires that in a 5-member body by statute, even if there are 2 vacancies, it requires 3 members. 3 members. And there's no, we're in a recess right now, so this is basically a town hall meeting. Excuse me.
Let him finish.
Mr. Mayor, could you ask the people in the audience to show some respect, some decency? This makes Carson, this makes the city of Carson a laughingstock because
Mr.
you
Deere.
have no respect
Mr.
for
Deere.
decorum. You have no respect
Mr.
for this
Deere.
mayor. You have no respect for the people of Carson. The
Mr.
majority
Deere.
of the people of Carson are not
Mr.
like
Deere.
this. And I want people to, it's a town hall meeting. Mr. Mayor, you're not in charge
Address
right
me.
now because it's a town hall meeting.
Mr. Deere.
We're in recess right now.
Mr.
We're
Deere.
in recess. So I'm going to answer the false accusations, the lies that this corrupt little Al Robles, who's the attorney for Al Robles of Southgate, yes, Southgate, Joanne, has brought corruption to the city of Carson. I will not stand for it. The majority of the people of Carson will not stand for it. I have all the evidence I need right here, and I will present it. The City Council of Carson on Tuesday, April 7th, Mr. Robles, 2015, unanimously passed a resolution that this City Council will have an election on June 2nd, followed by a council meeting Wednesday, June 3rd, Tuesday, June 16th, a regular meeting of the City Council, and on Tuesday, June 23rd, I'll give you the documentation so you have it. A special meeting for the City Council only at 6 o'clock p.m., Community Hall B, at the Congresswoman Juanita Milner McDonald Community Center at Carson to declare the results, install the newly elected council member. And it's here, Albert.
Thank you. Are you done?
Yes. We'll give you a copy. It's already been passed.
Thank you
on
very
June.
much.
So
Thank you.
And now you don't have a council meeting right now, so
Thank
you
you.
can't change
Thank you,
that.
Mr. Deere. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. And I have a lot more information to give you if you're willing to listen.
Well,
but I am
thank
really
you.
fed up with
You're excused.
the shenanigans. No, I'm not going to surrender the city to Darrell Sweeney or to you or to your
Thank you.
officer who's controlling you over there to your right.
Here.
I'm not going to surrender Carson to the corruption of Vera the Evil DeWitt, who is your handler. And I'm just so sad that the city of Carson has digressed to heckling, catcalls, and I'll tell you, when you were in high school or college, if you ever read a book called Lord of the Flies, it's a very interesting psychological dilemma. And Vera DeWitt is one of the hecklers.
Mr. Deere.
Yes, leader of the group. And I'll tell you,
Mr.
there's no
Deere.
meeting. There's no
Mr.
meeting. You
Deere.
just got through saying there's no meeting.
Mr.
So
Deere.
if I have to filibuster, I guess I'll filibuster.
Mr.
There's
Deere.
no city council meeting at this time. You
Mr.
have no
Deere.
quorum, and I will stand by the law, and I will sue you, and I will sue Lula Davis Home again, and I will win again in court, and you will waste the taxpayers' money because the law is the law. This is a nation and a city of laws, not a nation and city of despots and dictators. That
Thank you, Mr. Deere.
I can testify to because for 11 years, no corruption. Now we have corruption.
Thank you.
For 11 years, the district attorney of the County of Los Angeles, the attorney general of the state of California, not one time did they ask me a single question about any wrongdoing. The FBI that investigated Carson, no, I'm not the one that invited the FBI to Carson, although people say I did. I would be proud to say I would if necessary. But the FBI of Carson, coming to Carson, had a 3-year investigation. And during that 3-year investigation, They never asked me, Jim Deere, one single question. But they did ask questions of the corrupt officials. The corrupt officials have people in the audience tonight that will yell for them. The corrupt individuals have people in the audience that will snicker, will heckle. Thank you for winding down.
Could I have your attention,
You know
please?
that I'm talking.
We're
I'm talking to you
adjourned.
at this
We're
time.
going to take a 15-minute recess. We're going to swear in Mr. Jawan Hilton, and we'll reconvene when we have a quorum. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, let me know when you're ready. I'll walk you out. Does that mean the vote won't take place?
No, this is just a ceremony.
Ready?
They need a fourth person up there, and this was argument. City clerk.
Hi, how are you? I just need a little protection. These people are really critical. I don't even know about people galore. I'm gonna go back my way. I'm gonna go back to I'm gonna say hello to somebody.
Could I have everyone take their seat, please? We have a quorum. We're going to continue with the rest of the agenda. Joy, can you turn the lights on, please? We are reconvening the Carson City Council, Carson Successor Agency, and Carson Housing Authority. As we now have a quorum present.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Madam City Attorney.
I just want to put something on the record. Everything happened really fast, and I feel like I need to advise you guys that there may be an argument that there may be an argument that arguably three affirmative votes were needed to make an appointment to the council seat. Government Code Section 36512 does not, and I think that's the code section that the city clerk was referencing, does not state that you need the majority of the body of the council. So it could be interpreted that it's the majority of the active members of the council, or it could be interpreted the other way. In the past, when the city has made appointments by resolution, you have made it a practice to have 3 votes, and as the council knows, if you were passing a resolution, you would have needed 3 votes. You made the appointment without a resolution, so arguably 2 votes would have been sufficient because you're not expending any funds. However, I need you to know that there's an argument that the 3 votes were not sufficient, and I needed to put that on the record.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Since you're going to be doing research, I want to give you a case to look up. Hamilton versus Town of Los Gatos, 213 Calup 3rd, 1050. And its progeny dating back to 1938, where the courts have held that actions concerning collective bodies, like ours, the City Council, that provide for majority by a quorum, that they can act by a majority of those present of that quorum, which is what we did. So again, Madam City Attorney, I just want to give you the site. It's Hamilton versus Town of Los Gatos, 213 Calap 3rd, 1050, 1989 case. Yes, can you please have her come back, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will look up that case.
So we're going to wait. Yes, 213 Calap 3rd. 1050. Hamilton versus Town of Los Gatos. All right. So we're going to continue.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before we proceed, Madam City Attorney, I need you to clarify with your city clerk that just left with our whatever. This is not an election. She works for the city manager. And she needs to be back on this dais expeditiously.
And I believe you, Mr. Rambo has gone to have a conversation with Ms. Joyce.
Thank you. So with that, we're now going to go on to the consent calendar. Can you believe we still have consent calendar? Items 10 through 24. There was a request to continue item 14. By the request, I believe, was by Vintage Real Estate, the mall. They want to clarify. They're not. My understanding is that you're okay with the sharing agreement. You just want some language clarified in it, correct?
We actually need to renegotiate the agreement.
But okay.
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that they no longer want to enter into the agreement, and they want their tenants to enter into an agreement with the city. So it's a completely new agreement they want to negotiate.
I don't see 466 on here. Where's the other one?
466 and 474.
Yes, 474 is item number 18.
So, Mr. Mayor, my office has not reviewed this agreement. I don't know who the staff person responsible for this, but I would ask that they continue it to the next council meeting so we have an opportunity to review this.
Okay, so we'll continue item 18 also. So does any council member wish to continue any other items?
What about the? I wanted to pull an item.
Or pull an item, yes, sorry. So 14 is going to be continued.
43.
And 18 is continued. And you want to pull 23?
Oh, I want to.
Okay.
Is Kelly Price here? No, she's not here, so I'll leave that one on. That was
Okay.
the CVS.
Okay. All right. So I move approval of the consent calendar with the exception of item 14 and 18 being continued. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Somebody in the audience? Mr. Hicks, I'm designating you to take notes that there was a motion made by me, seconded by the councilwoman, to approve the consent calendar with items 14 and 18 being continued. The balance of the item was approved unanimously. What's it? Okay. Oh, sorry. 2 yeses and 1 abstention. Mr. Jawan Hilton is abstaining.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
may I say something?
Yes.
These are our insurances for the year, and they're going to be expiring July 1st.
What the items that were pulled?
Workers' compensation, TPA.
Which item are you talking about?
That's item 466. Yes. I'm showing 466.
Where is it? I don't even see it. So it's not under consent.
Oh, okay.
So that's not under consent, Ms. McCon.
18? Yeah, 18 was consent. We pulled it. Oh.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to
Okay.
Yes, they were looking at item 34, item 466.
Okay.
It's not under consent.
All right. So we're going to continue with the rest of the agenda. We have a number of public hearings, but we need to wait for our deputy city clerk to swear in the witnesses. So we're going to go to item number. What item? Oh, so that leaves item number 32. Item number 33. It's being continued, correct? Item 33 is being continued. Item 34. Is award of workers' compensation third-party administrator services for fiscal year 2015, 2016, 2016-17, and 2017-18. There was a request by one of the speakers regarding this item. Is this the item you wanted to speak to, Gail? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
Sorry, on item number 33, could you please just clarify that the item is being continued to the first meeting in July 7th?
Yes, without objection. Item
Thank you.
33 is being continued to July 7th. Item number 34, concerning workers' comp.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that although we have had another workers' comp administrator for the last 7 years, the new TPA that we are recommending, it will save the city $50,000 in administrative fees over the next year. And we anticipate, because they have worked with other agencies, primarily government agencies and cities, that they will too be able to save us money in our claims handling over the next several years as well.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions, discussion? Is there a question?
The recommendations to go with the new carrier is what it is. Mrs. Director Finance.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If the council is thinking or entertaining awarding this 3-year contract, I would ask whoever makes the motion to make it contingent upon the city attorney reviewing, and because the recommendation by staff doesn't say that. I have not seen this contract.
Okay. Did you have a question, Councilman?
I had a question. Is it not possible to continue this item to the first meeting in July?
I would recommend that it be
And put 'em on a
acted
month to
upon
month?
before then, because the new contract would begin July 1st.
Okay, could we have a month-to-month until our city attorney has an opportunity, just a 30-day grace period until our city attorney has an opportunity to look at this?
I think it would be appropriate to have these the award based upon the attorney's review and approval of the contract.
Then I would recommend that whoever makes the motion to authorize the city attorney to negotiate and draft a 3-year contract for workers' compensation third-party administrator services to admin Sure for the period of July 1, 2015 through June 30th, 2018, with the option to extend the contract for an additional 2-year period in 1-year increments through June 30th, 2020. And if the city attorney approves the contract, then to authorize the mayor to execute such contract.
I so move. Is there a second?
Second.
It's
Note for the
been moved
record,
and
Mr.
seconded.
Okay. Second by, motion by?
Yes.
Okay. Second by Davis Holmes? Okay. I just want to declare for the record, there is no city council meeting. Anyone here tonight who thinks there's a city council meeting going on right now, you are wrong. There is only 2 members present that are legally members of the city council. If you're a business person and you're here tonight, any business conducted on the agenda this evening is null and void. They have no quorum. The law has been broken tonight, and we will bring them to court again to follow the state law of the state of California. You cannot play games. This is a charade beyond belief, including the catcalls from the audience, including the hecklers from the audience.
Okay,
it's
thank you,
all
Mr.
part
Deere.
of a big game that they're playing tonight.
Thank you, Mr.
It's a
Deere.
psychological trick they're
Thank you.
playing on you. I like Juan. Everyone likes him. He wants to be on the city council. He's way ahead in the votes. Why don't you just let the process go through? But no.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Deere.
taking advantage of Juan Hilton, and that's really not fair to him either. To
Thank
let
you.
him think he's a member of the city council tonight and your wife and family, it's really unfair to you, Juan.
Thank you, Mr.
There's
Deere.
no city council meeting going on at this time. And they're just playing you for a fool. If you think you're a council member right now, you're not, because it hasn't been finalized.
Well,
I told you that when I spoke with you. So I'm really sorry that Lula and Albert are doing this to you, because you look like you have the hat on that you shouldn't have on.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
it's
Deere.
really embarrassing for the city of Carson.
Mr.
But I just
Deere.
want to remind the city manager,
Dear, if
all
you
the staff
continue
members
to be
that
disruptive,
no
I
items.
will have you
not-
removed from
oh,
the
really?
council chambers.
Try
Yes.
to remove an elected official, and you will have a lawsuit that you wouldn't believe.
Dear, you're being
You have a
disruptive.
lawsuit. I'm an
Okay.
elected official.
So
By
let us
statute,
conduct our business.
by statute of the state law,
Let
I
us
am
conduct our
the elected
business.
city clerk of the city, and you cannot remove me from a council meeting.
Thank you. Thank you.
He can
So-
have you sit somewhere else though.
There's a motion
Yes,
and
and
a
I second.
Invalid and not true.
All those in favor? Aye.
For the record, there's no vote being taken because this is a
Opposed?
big joke. A big joke
An opposi-
played
Mr.
on the
Deere.
people of Carson, California.
Okay.
This meeting is totally illegal. People who are reasonable, people who are educated, and people who are not full of vitriol and hatred, like the catcallers and the hecklers in the audience, will understand that there's no council meeting going on at this time.
Thank you.
So that is for the record.
Thank you.
So I'm very apologetic to all the business people and anyone that has an agenda item that they're here for tonight that has not been taken up yet.
Thank you, Mr. Deere.
No
Say it
business
again.
can be
This is
conducted
the
this
fifth time
evening.
you said it.
Anything that happens with this joke that's going on right
Thank
now
you.
is null and void, does not exist legally. It's just a big game they're playing, and they're pulling the wool over your eyes.
Thank you, Mr. Deere. All right.
You're welcome, and you're going to
So
be sorry.
With that, we're going on
because
to item
you're breaking the
number-
law, and you're making a mockery out of
Thank
the
you,
law
Mr. Deere.
and a mockery out of the city of Carson.
Thank you.
You know,
So
I know
we're
Vera
going
DeWitt
on
controls
to-
you. We know that Albert Robles does not live in the city of Carson.
Going on to item
Has not
number
lived in the
36.
city of Carson for many, many years.
Thank
So
you,
let's
Mr.
state
Deere.
that publicly as well. And there's a lot more information I know about your background, Albert, that will be revealed in due time. And if you think you'll survive it, you're wrong.
Thank
Because
you,
the
Mr.
people
Deere.
of Carson will throw you out as a crook.
Thank you, Mr. Deere.
You're welcome, and I guess you are asking for it, because the people of Carson will not put up with this tomfoolery, this joke, this charade that's going on tonight.
Thank you.
Are you going to take the minutes?
Item item number 36. Consider status report on the Regional Water Quality Control Board environmental investigation and Carson declaration of the existence of a local emergency within the carousel track.
No report.
No report. Item number 38 is the second reading of ordinance
Madam City
number
Attorney, the city
15-
manager, Cecil Rambo, threatened to fire one of my staff members today if she didn't do what he told her to come up here. Threatening an employee with being fired is illegal. You might want to check the record on that one, because that's an additional lawsuit that we brought against this foolish council. I am just so ashamed of you tonight, Albert and Lula. Jawan, you're not at fault. They're playing you tonight. But it's just really, really sad for Carson. So note that for the record as well, though there is no official record.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Deere. Item number 38 is ordinance number 15-1559, an ordinance of the City of Carson, California, adopting the Sepulveda and Panama Specific Plan number 13-15, General Plan Amendment number 95, or is that 90? Is that 95 or 96? I can't. 96-15, Zone Change Amendment number 173-15, and final mitigated negative declaration for the construction of a 65-unit residential mixed-use development on 1.22 acres. Is there a second? Is there a second? The
number are you on?
Ordinance number 38, second reading.
He has no business back there.
Hey. So this item number 38, it's been moved and seconded by the councilwoman. Is the second reading?
Yes. Second.
If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we're going to do the hearings, special orders of the day. And the first one we are going to do is number 30. Public hearing to consider ordinance number 15-1564 to approve general plan amendment number 95-14, zone change number 172-14, specific plan number 12-14, and mitigated negative declaration for the construction of 357-unit residential mixed-use development located at 21521 through 21601 South Avalon Boulevard.
I would like to speak in comment on item 30, please.
So at this time, we're on item 30. We have a hearing. The staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The applicant is proposing a 357-unit apartment complex and 32,000 square feet of commercial space on 5.5 acres. The project includes 117 studio units, 157 one-bedroom units, and 82 two-bedroom units. The project includes a general plan amendment that changes the general plan designation of the site from regional commercial and mixed-use residential to urban residential, which allows a density of up to 65 units per acre.
Thank you. So at this time, I'm going to request.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I was just starting the slideshow. The project also includes a zone change that allows the zoning to be changed to a specific plan, which sets the standards for the project. The project highlights include 10,000 square foot public plaza, which is at the corner of Avalon and Carson Street. This is a very important part of the project and provides the city with an amenity that we haven't had. Also, the architecture of the building is of high design quality and sets a new standard for City of Carson. The project includes a high level of amenities, including 2 pools and a variety of recreational programs for the residents. In addition, the applicant has also volunteered to provide the city with public art, which in amount of $200,000, and also payment to the city in the amount of $250,000. Staff feels this project will assist the city to realize the vision provided by the Carson Street Master Plan and will help us to continue to build our downtown. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Before we proceed with the testimony, I'm going to report that this hearing was properly noticed as a hearing, and we are now prepared to receive any written communications or objections. So at this time, I'm going to direct the city attorney to please swear in anyone who wishes to testify either in favor or against. Yes.
Okay.
So this is a public hearing.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to have the proponents come up and speak first, and then we'll have the opponents, and then we'll have rebuttal opportunity. So we are ready to be wowed. So go ahead. Is that pressure?
I feel like the pressure's on right now.
Follow that.
There you go. My name is Jason Alulian. I am really excited to be here tonight. This project has been in the works for years. It goes so far back that I started this in grad school. Wow. And that was about 10, 11 years ago, and my architect was in grad school with me. We were at Harvard together. And Simon, who's our architect, he helped me sketch out what we would do here 10 or 11 years ago. So now we're all here full circle. I'm excited that we got a unanimous approval at Planning Commission. We've worked really hard with your staff. They have been great, Saeed, Richard, Sonny, everybody, to get this right. And what I think you're going to see tonight is the beginning of the future of Carson and what I think Carson deserves. So I'm going to start by introducing Darren Embry from Faring Capital.
Mayor Robles, council members, thanks for having us here tonight. Let's go ahead and click through. This is the image of, we'll go back, sorry, Said. It's the image of the Avalon mixed-use project right across the street, proposed to be right across the street from City Hall. What we're looking at here is a 10,000 square foot public plaza surrounded by high-quality retail and luxury residential apartments above. Go ahead. Thank you. Just a little bit of background. Faring Capital's Jason and his family's company. I've been working with them for a couple of years now as a project director. There's a unique attention that Faring pays to the community and the cities that it brings its projects to. And I think you're going to see that quality and attention to detail throughout the presentation. Go ahead. So, as Jason mentioned, the conversation started quite a while ago about what might be done at this unique site. When redevelopment areas dissolved, of course, that prompted some new ideas from us and starting the conversations with city. We feel that this project, you can just click through this, thank you, Syed, is special in that it helps realize some of the existing planning goals of Carson, the Carson Street Master Plan, attention to compatibility with the general plan, while taking it to the next, evolutionary step. These are some fairing principles that we use in all of our developments. Smart growth. We focus on bringing balance to communities in market rate and affordable housing. One of the things that this project makes this project special, I think, is that it addresses a housing need that is maybe overlooked often. While we're not providing affordable, that is subsidized housing, we are providing affordable housing. And we're doing that by creating a broad range of unit sizes and a highly amenitized project, basically a community within a community. Everything from smaller, 500 square foot studio apartments to 3-bedroom townhomes with amazing views. And going down, back, I want to just touch on one more thing. Thank you. The community benefits, as denoted at the bottom there, the 10,000 square foot public plaza that we've worked hard with city staff to design, and we're looking forward to working on the programming with city staff, maybe farmers market, maybe some crafts. You'll see more about the design when Simon gets up here. The $250,000 contribution to the city that Faring has volunteered, in addition to a $200,000 public art project, most likely located in the plaza, but that's open to conversation, obviously. Giving local seniors, one of the things we heard about in our visits with local community members was that there were some underserved populations, namely seniors, getting access to a business center. We're going to provide that as a part of our project. And we're agreeing to a performance schedule, which is a little unusual, but we're very confident that we'll be able to work closely with city staff and through the plan check and design development process. Okay. Just wanted to say a couple more things, and then I'm going to hand it off to Simon. We had a community meeting on January 22nd. Over 1,500 mailers went out, a larger than usual sampling of the surrounding area was targeted at the city's request, and I'm glad they did that. About 50 people attended, and the main comments were just questions about the design, about the plaza, and about some of the amenities, and understanding kind of why we were proposing this project the way we are. We extended an invitation to present to Park Avalon folks at the mobile home park across the way. They did not want to meet, although Norman, Glenn, and I have had many conversations, and we understand some of their concerns. We did present to the Bel Air Mobile Home Park folks, and have been meeting with current tenants at our site, our commercial tenants there, to make sure that they're fully aware of our plans and what we're proposing. So with that, I will turn it over to Simon to start talking about some of our example projects that we have in development and some others that our team has seen through to completion. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, honorable council members, mayor. Very excited to be here tonight to show off this project. First, we'll flip through some of the images of different project experiences that the team has, so you get a sense of the talent that's being brought here to produce the housing here. So this is a project that Faring Capital is doing currently in West Hollywood. Next, please. This is another mixed-use project in West Hollywood that Faring is currently in design. Next, please. This is a palazzo in Westwood, which has a Trader Joe's on the ground floor. Next. Collage of a mixed-use retail center. Next. Some residential, mixed-use residential in Glendale. This is a pool area, fitness center, clubhouse. This is a project in Pasadena, Huntington Beach. So we're showing those projects to show the quality or type of a project that the Avalon's going to be across the street from City Hall. The city's vision for Carson Street Master Plan calls for active streetscape, retail intensity at nodes, open space amenities for residents, retail, residential, mixed use, public gathering places, and pedestrian-friendly sidewalks. So the corridor is meant to be a mixed-use boulevard with retail on the ground floor, residential up top. So you don't have to get in your car to go anywhere. You can go to the grocery store by walking down the street. You can get out on the street, actually use the sidewalks, and enjoy the community. So I think a mixed-use urban planning and that the city envisions will create a downtown for Carson. So next, please. Site context. So our site is right across the street from City Hall. We'll show a few projects that are around the area to set the context. Next. City Hall. Next. Gateway City Center, directly across the street. Renaissance, a part of the same project. And Veo, which is under construction currently. Our concept for the project, we're not just creating an apartment complex, we're creating a community that serves or promotes a certain lifestyle. So can you just flip through? It promotes health, fitness, culture, family, friends, and community. And I can go through some of these elements as we go through the plans. So the site strategy is to create, initially is a public space for the city of Carson, which is at the Corner Plaza. Can you just flip through? Next. And a resident amenity space. And then to place the lobbies for the buildings at the ends of the buildings, excuse me, so that it creates pedestrian traffic. It's like going to a mall. You want to put the anchors at the ends so that it creates pedestrian traffic throughout the project. Vehicular traffic, that's the entrance for the commercial parking. And then the resident parking is at either ends next to the lobby. And the idea to place the driveways there is to create or minimize driveways and allow the interior fire lane and paseos to be used by pedestrians. So if you click, it'll show the pedestrian paseos that we're creating through the project. Next. So I'm going to just take you around the project. It's we have about 10 shots or so that you can get a feel for what the spaces will be like. This is a shot looking at the corner. We'll come back to the plaza in a little more detail. Next. So walking down Carson Street, this is in between the two buildings. What you're looking at on the right is an entrance into the project, into the courtyard, and we have a food garden so that the residents living here can grow their own food. Looking back at the upper level courtyard, which is a barbecue lounge area. As you walk down Carson, we have stoop entry units to the right. There is some extended curb areas where we can put lots of planting trees, benches.
Drought-friendly plants and trees, right?
Drought tolerant, correct. So as we keep going down, so we turn the corner and we're now in the west side of the project. So this is looking down at the Paseo. And this is a fire lane. And again, all the units on the ground floor have stoop entrances, so you have direct access to your unit. The idea behind it is if you get more foot traffic, it creates more eyes on the street, and eyes on the street is what keeps the neighborhood safe. This is a shot looking down into the pool area, our main amenity space. Next, please. And then we've come around, and this is on Avalon Boulevard. This is our entrance into the parking garage for the retail tenants. And then we're back at the corner. Next. So I'll talk a little bit about landscape, our strategies. A lot of the cues come from the master plan, such as the palm trees, sidewalk width, and the sidewalk and landscape design. The idea for the plant palette is the drought tolerant because we are having a water crisis and we do live in a desert. So that's a priority for us. Next. Carson Streetscape shows different types of planting. It's a little bit hard to see on the screen. But we have street trees, stoops into the units, in between the stoops, some additional shrubbery and planting. Next. Again, we're looking at the food garden that we're proposing for the project, and also some of the palm trees. Some of the areas will have double rows of trees. Next. Down the street, we're looking at the stoops. The idea is that you have people that are hanging out on the stoops, people walking down the street, people pausing on the benches. That creates activities and eyes on the street. I'll talk briefly about the public plaza. The public plaza is meant to be a place where many different types of people can come and use the space. And we went through about 3 different design iterations with staff and the design review consultant that was hired by the city, who is an expert in creating public spaces. So there are a lot of elements here. It's a place where you can have a small farmer's market, kiosks. So we designed the area to program it, but not to program it so much that it only has a single use. We have outdoor dining, a fountain, an outdoor merchandise area for flowers, pumpkin patches, Christmas trees, seasonal fruit that you would typically see outside of a grocery store, a coffee kiosk. We have a bus stop there. So the idea is to have people that are waiting for the bus to be able to pause, have a cup of coffee when they get off the bus, instead of just darting back to where they're going. It draws them into the plaza to make them pause and use the space. Next. And we have a game area where we'll have permanent game tables, and we envision this to be used by the local seniors that live around the area, that they can hang out in the plaza. And again, by activating the plaza, you keep it safe without actually having security or police. Next. So that's our brief presentation of the project. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we open it up to questions from the council, we're going to take all the testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak or that was sworn in? I know there were a couple of people that were sworn in. Yes, come on up.
Good evening. Wonderful evening it is. My name is Diane Thomas, 43-year resident here in Carson. I'm excited about this project. I have a couple of requests. Request number 1. I believe that the Bellagio, when it's a beautiful area, beautiful location, but one of the issues I think with Bellagio is that the parking is not readily visible to the public. And so I believe that that's one of the reasons, probably more, that in that mixed-use project, they have not been able to completely or have complete occupancy with the businesses that are on the first level. So with this new project, it looks fabulous. The parking for those that you want to be there and to patronize whatever businesses you put there has to be visible from the street. If I'm driving by, I need to know exactly where I'm going to go to park, because it is a deterrent. If I can't see where I'm going to park or know where I'm going to park by signage or something, then I'm going to keep going by that location. And I certainly don't want to do that. Request number 2. We have been trying to get a Trader Joe's in this city forever and ever and ever. So now I would like for you to use your influence to make sure that at that new location we get a Trader Joe's. Now, I have an alternative for you, though, because I just learned maybe about a week ago, and I shared with our councilwoman because I was so excited, that Whole Foods Market is about to launch their store in competition with Trader Joe's, and it is called 365. If you have not heard about it, Google it, look it up. The quality of the food is going to be equally as good as Whole Food Market, but the prices will be comparable to Trader Joe's. So I'll take a Trader Joe's or 365, but we need to have one of them at that location. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn Jensen. I am a 28-year resident of Carson, and I live basically right next door to the planned to the planned development, the project location. And I wish to remind you that throughout Carson's history, the city has been planned to be an affordable city, an industrial and commercial city, not a luxury community. It has a history of having affordable housing. And there are three reasons why luxury housing is not compatible with that location. The first is the noise situation. For example, the building across the street, which is already the 4-story luxury type rise, it's people that live on the upper stories that there's no sound barrier or buffer from the 405 freeway, and it's like they're living in the middle of Indianapolis 500. That is not luxury housing. Second of all, it's the traffic congestion. There are 4 multi-story, high-density, mixed-use residential commercial developments that are already in place. Traffic density is becoming anything but luxurious. If a stadium goes in within 2 blocks, the traffic will be anything but luxurious. Third, with affordable housing, if all these multi-story luxury developments continue to grow up, it will crowd out the affordable housing, the suburban housing, and the mobile home residences in the area. It will crowd out the small local businesses. People want to be able to go to get their prescription filled, get their car gassed up, get their hair done. It's very nice to talk about Trader Joe's and all that, but there's a need for small businesses and community services such as the boxing academy at that site as well. I'm not opposed to redevelopment, of course, but the need for services and how best that plot of land can serve the community needs to be taken into the entire picture. For example, perhaps a building I might suggest looking at, the Villa del Sol in Fullerton, is the type of architecture that might be very compatible with that corner and the type of use that might be very compatible with that corner. I would urge the developer to either provide an alternate low density of more affordable type plan, or else move this development to another location so that an alternate plan may be developed for this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Were you sworn in, Ms. Vasquez?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Hold on. Go ahead.
Okay. I think this is a great idea. I like it. And I can see the city is growing. I suggest Trader Joe's in there because I have to go all the way in Torrance or Long Beach shopping. I like to shop in Trader Joe's. Also, Giuliano's will be another good store over there. And there is another restaurant that has to go very far to eat, which they call Fire and Grill. The food is delicious. Also, there's another Chinese restaurant they call Hibachi Restaurant. It's all the way in Norwalk, and I have to go and to eat over there, which we can have them here. You know, we have a lot of Latino, Filipino people, and Black Americans, where we can enjoy it, have all those stores around. The only thing my concern is the water, because, you know, we are residents and we are rationing water right now, and we having two buildings going up, this one and the one in Sepulveda. So, Mayor Albert, since you in the water business, you can do something about it. You know, actually, the residents that are already establishing here for many years, because they ration water, and then they're going to raise the water and all that. For sure, I know you can help us out. So good luck with your project, and I hope you approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes. Were you sworn in, ma'am? Were you sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Aurora Vela Torres. I am a dentist that's been occupying that area next to the Carson Civic Plaza for 37 years, and quite a few developers have approached me and wanted to develop the area, but I've turned them all down because, you know, their plans were not conducive to beautification of the city of Carson. So I've been looking at that area for 37 years. I think it's about time that, you know, we have a project that will enhance the beauty of the city of Carson, and at the same time be an asset to the city financially. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Did you take the oath?
Yes.
Okay.
My question is, what is going to happen with the revenues from this project? Where is it going to go?
Thank you. If there's no further testimony to come before this body, we're going to close the public hearing, and at this time deliberate on the matter. Is there any statements, Councilwoman?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. To the developer, I see a lot of steps there, and ADA accessibility, I know you must have it because it's a new development, but where is it located on the property?
Simon, you want to help?
So the ground floor units have two entrances, one from the street, which has a stoops, and one from the corridor, which has the accessible route.
Thank you. Also, the businesses that are located there now, will they be given first priority to come back in, or how are you going to deal with the businesses the small businesses that are there now? Because we have a desire to, make sure we have our small businesses taken care of.
Sure. This is always a sensitive issue. What we're targeting in the new project is a grocer like Trader Joe's, a pharmacy, a restaurant, and a bar. Those are the four uses that we've heard from people. They want a place to eat, they want a place to get their medicine from, and they want a Trader Joe's where they can go shopping. We are open to the tenants that are there now coming into the project if they're the right fit. We're going to give them, notice ahead of time of what's going to happen. We're going to help them find spaces if they want to relocate. We've done that before.
Okay, so you will be helping them out so they can keep their business thriving.
Right.
If it's not at that site, it'll be a site in Carson.
We're going to try.
Try. Real try.
Yes.
We want to keep them home. I know to the staff there's been several questions raised about the traffic. Who can give me some information on the traffic study? I know we got quite a few buildings that are, developments that are coming on. And I know we need to make sure that our residents are at ease about the traffic mitigation.
Good evening. I do apologize. My name is Alfred Ying. I'm with Lynn Scott Law in Greenspan, but I wasn't sworn in earlier. May I be sworn in now?
Yes. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
As I stated earlier, my name is Alfred Ying. I'm with Lynn Scott Law and Greenspan Engineers. We are the traffic engineers that has been retained by the City of Carson to prepare the traffic impact study for the proposed project. Working under the direction of Public Works, we have identified, we've identified 10 study locations in the area for analysis purposes, and we went out and collected existing count data. We took a look at the foreseeable future projects in the area, and we analyzed in a comprehensive traffic study what the existing and future conditions will be at these locations, first of all without the project, and then with the proposed project, and determine whether there will be any increases in traffic and whether there will be any significant impacts to the study area intersections. And we recognize there will be increases in traffic, even taking into account the existing uses that are currently on site that is going to be removed in the future. There will be some increases in traffic, but we as traffic engineers have to analyze the project's impacts using the city's established significant threshold criteria. And when we did that, our analysis has concluded that even though there is some increases in traffic, but based on the city's thresholds criteria, we do not, quote unquote, as traffic engineers, conclude that there will be any significant traffic impacts to the study intersections. And because there are no established significant impacts to the intersections, there were no traffic mitigation measures that are required for the project. However, having stated that, the city is conditioning the project applicant to provide a dedication on the southbound approach of Avalon Boulevard as you head south toward the Carson Street intersection. The city is conditioning the applicant to provide a dedication of 11 and a half feet wide area for a length of 210 feet, so that the city in the future, when the traffic volumes do warrant the right turn lane, can go in and widen the street and provide a southbound right turn improvement at that location. And with other improvements also city is considering for that intersection, traffic through that location will see some improvement in the future with these turn pockets and increase in vehicular capacity through that location.
Okay.
And as far as the, I had a note about a comment earlier regarding access into the commercial parking area. On Avalon Boulevard, north of Carson Street, there is actually going to be a project driveway that will take you directly into the commercial parking area. And that driveway will allow for left turn and right turn, ingress and egress movement. So as you travel on Avalon Boulevard, you will see the project driveway and you'll be able to both left turn into the driveway or right turn in and out from that location.
I think our resident who spoke on that had a valid point, because that's what happened with the Bellagio. And this is, I need to let our residents know that this is not low-income housing, market rate, expendable income. So we do have a number of low-income housing projects that's on the table, but this is not one. And I just want to say, Jason and team, I'm very, very, very excited about this project. It will put something on the corner of Carson and Avalon that I've wanted for a long, long time. And you guys have done just a fantastic job. And I'm just want to say thank you for choosing Carson. We are the best city in the South Bay.
That's for sure.
I have questions, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
To the developers, is this project similar to the Paseo in Pasadena?
Yeah. What do you think?
I would say smaller than Paseo.
Go to the mic.
But in terms of quality, I would say, yeah, that's what we're trying to achieve. I think in many ways it's different because the Paseo is a different type of a commercial setup. But in terms of quality, I would say it's equivalent.
Well, I know it's commercial and mixed use at the same time. The next question I have, what anchor stores have you guys looked at to be a part of this project?
Great question. We want Trader Joe's there. A couple years ago, when we used to call them, we called about 5 years ago, and they laughed. 4 years ago, no again. 3 years ago, they didn't call us back. And now this year, for the first time, they said, we're going to put you on a list to look at it again. So we're getting there.
You're persistent.
So Trader Joe's is the only option?
No. As the lady previously said, the 365 brand, we don't know yet. We're going to start going out now. Once the project is approved, we'll be going to market and bringing in, if there's other tenants, if Trader Joe's doesn't want to come into the project.
Last question.
Yeah.
As far as restaurants, what type of quality restaurants are you? Are these going to be sit-down eateries? I know you said a bar. I'm hoping that's something like Yard House or something like that, not a traditional bar.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering what type of eateries.
Well, we've heard every time we've come to City Hall or other people we've spoke to, they've just told us, make sure there's a place where we can get a drink. So what we're trying to build there is
you must have talked to Mayor Robles.
Yeah, it's too bad there's not a place across the street right now. But that's the goal, is to let's get a place where we can have a sit-down restaurant. I think Carson needs more of that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say that today is a new beginning in the city of Carson. Seeing your project and approving it, as I'm hoping that we will, it's exciting. I'm excited about the future. So thank you for being so patient and with us and waiting the 11 years from grad school to get this done. I'm glad you waited for me, right?
Yeah.
So thank you, Jason. So with that, I'm going to move that we waive further reading and introduce ordinance number 15-1564, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson adopting the Avalon Specific Plan number 12-14, General Plan Amendment number 95-14, and Zone Change number 172-14 for the construction of a 357-unit residential mixed-use development on 5.5 acres. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. We are now going to move on to item number 28, another public hearing. This is public hearing to consider resolution number 15-069, reversing Planning Commission's decision to deny conditional use permit number 971-15 to allow sale of beer and wine for on-site consumption in conjunction with Cinemark Movie Theater, or refer the matter back to the Planning Commission with instructions located at 20700 South Avalon Boulevard. Declaring the public hearing open at this time. The purpose, again, is to consider reversing this Planning Commission's decision, as I previously stated. And at this time, I'm going to request the staff give a report.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. On May 26, 2015, the Planning Commission denied applicants' request to sell beer and wine at the theater. On May 27, 2015, Mayor Robles appealed Planning Commission's decision to deny the applicant's request. Beer and wine is proposed to be sold at the concession stand at the theater. According to the applicant, only 10% of adults buy a drink when they go to the movies, and only 1% of adults buy 2 drinks when they go to the movies. The Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control regulates the number of alcohol licenses that are issued in the state, and it's based on population. For Carson, based on our population, for on-site consumption, there are 85 licenses allowed. Currently, we have 36. I should mention that most cities are over that limit, and cities, when they approve projects like this that propose alcohol, they have to make special findings to allow additional alcohol licenses. Of those 36, 31 are restaurants, and 5 are private organizations and catering services. The Planning Commission, in denying the request, expressed the following concerns. The maximum number of drinks allowed to be served is excessive at 3 drinks. Patrons could be purchasing and consuming alcohol while minors are present. Carson should not allow serving drinks in movie theaters. And sale of beer and wine in theaters is not conducive to a family-friendly environment. The City Council has 4 options according to the municipal code. City Council can either affirm the decision of the Planning Commission, or modify the decision of the Planning Commission, or refer back the matter back to Planning Commission with instructions, or reverse the Planning Commission's decision. Staff has included 2 of those recommendations in the staff report, and which is referred back to the Commission with instructions and reverse the decision. That concludes staff's report.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to declare that the hearing was properly noticed, and ask that affidavit be such recorded, and also ask that all written communications and objections that were received be made part of the record. At this time, I need our city attorney to come swear in the witnesses who wish to speak on this item. Madam City Attorney. Anyone who wishes to be heard on this matter, please stand up so the oath can be administered.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. So we're going to hear from the proponents first, then those that are opposed, and then a rebuttal from the proponents. So the proponents, please come up first.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My name is Steve Rawlings. I am a consultant for the Cinemark Theaters, and I was present at the Planning Commission meeting. I wanted to address the council here, and one of the options before you this evening was an opportunity to possibly have the Planning Commission reconsider this, and through some internal conversations and through us gaining knowledge through the public testimony at the commission meeting and feedback from the commissioners, we've taken the time to examine our alcohol service policy, and we would request an opportunity to kind of continue to further look at that and possibly work with members of the community and the Planning Commission to come up with a slightly revised proposal that we could go forward with back to the Planning Commission. With that, I could give a little bit more of a presentation to you there, but that would be what our preference would be, at this time. I have with me here this evening Matt Dunn, who I understand you folks may be familiar with, and I think he'd like to add a couple of things to our testimony.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you for taking the time to hear us tonight. Again, thank you for taking the time previously to meet with us, both Mayor Robles and Councilwoman Davis Holmes. We really do appreciate all of the feedback that we've gotten from you. We look forward to developing a plan that's more friendly to what you guys are looking for in our new theater. We're excited to be in the community. We are excited to be a part of Carson, and we plan to be here for a very, very long time serving the great citizens of Carson. So the last thing that we want to do at this point is to propose anything that is going to cause any backlash on the new theater, cause anything other than the positive vibes that surround the theater right now. So with your permission later on, we would like to be remanded back to the Planning Commission so that we could further our discussions with both you and the Planning Commission themselves and develop a plan that is more suitable to everybody involved.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? You may do so. Step up, please, to the microphone. Yeah. Well, opponents now. Those were the proponents. So anybody who is opposed? Anybody who you want to speak in favor of it? Oh. So anyone who is opposed to the project wish to speak? Yes, if you wish to speak, come on. This is your time. Opposed?
Against.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Faye Walton, and I am a Carson resident of 44 years here. And I really look forward to having a theater here in the mall over here. I spoke at the Planning Commission opposing the sale of alcohol beverages in the theater, primarily because I like to think of this as a family-type venue. And if you decide that you just want them to sell it, that I really would urge you to confine it, drinking, to a place set aside without going into the theater itself to be consuming your alcoholic beverages, possibly around children, because there was no limit to like just the R-rated movies. They can go in any one of the movies and children could possibly be there. So I am opposed to, first of all, granting the permission license to have it, but if you do, confine it to an area where children would not be around it. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I want to make sure everyone who is in favor of it, this is your opportunity to speak too. So anybody who wants to speak in favor of it, you can speak, and then we'll do the opposition again. Sorry.
My name is Ramona Pimentel. I live at 822 East Realty Street in Carson. I am in favor of it. I'd like to go have a beer. I went to Chuck E. Cheese and took my grandkids, and they sell beer at Chuck E. Cheese in Carson. You can only get one beer with one license, and my husband, I told my husband, you got to go get your own because you have to show your license. But, I mean, you go to all the eateries, Chili's, everybody sells liquor. To me, what's the difference? If a family sits down and they're feeding their kids and they have a drink, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So I'm in favor of it. I like to go to the movies and have a beer.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor of it? Okay, now those who are opposed.
Of course I oppose. I really do. I mean, that's a theater. And children do go with their parents. Teenagers are there. And some teenagers can look older than they are. And I do not see a reason to have beer in a movie theater. If they want beer, stop at the chicken wing place there on Del Amo or something. But I'm really opposed to this. You know, and who's going to be responsible if someone sneak in? Like when I used to go to the movies and I wanted a hot dog and they had no onions, I snuck the onions in. Well, that's not against law. Snuck the onions. So we have to be careful on alcohol, especially with youth of today. because, like I say, they can look older than what they are. Are they showing ID when they buy this alcohol? So how many that they would really get if I buy one and then I want someone else to go get one for me? You see what I'm saying? There's always a game behind everything, so think very serious about this. You go to a movie to enjoy it. If they can enjoy a soda, beer later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Diane Thomas. So I'm looking at the big picture, and I'm thinking about all of the wonderful things that we're bringing to this city. And if every one of them that we're bringing, every new restaurant that is going to come in is going to ask for a liquor license, we're going to have an alcoholic city. I'm just saying, we've got the NFL coming. There's no way we're going to say you can't sell alcohol at a football game. That's going to happen, okay? We have restaurants, and it's nice to have a meal and have a drink for those who drink. I don't. I'm a sparkling cider kind of person. But for those who do, I don't have anything against you. But I think we need to look at the bigger picture. How many locations are we going to have in Carson that's selling liquor that we can't say to some of them, no, not you, not this time? I was privileged to be at the opening for the theater. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. It's exciting. There were so many kids there, so many families. I enjoyed seeing that. Mother, father, children. Popcorn was everywhere, and everybody had a great time, and not a person in there had a drop of alcohol. We just had our Juneteenth celebration, and unless they were sipping when I wasn't looking, it was a wonderful event with thousands of people out there and no alcohol. And everyone that saw me and spoke to me said, this was the best. There wasn't one incident, and they didn't have to have alcohol to have fun. I think there's a place and a time for everything. Let's keep this theater our sacred place for our families so that we can continue to enjoy it and not allow alcohol to taint it in any way. Let our children have this place, just like we let our children have our parks. And let's put the alcohol in some of the other places. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm not so much in opposition for it. I just think it should be tabled for a while because we don't really know the patrons that are going to the theater yet. It's brand new. So give us an opportunity to fill it out if it's more family oriented, if there's more families, if there's more children. And I don't know how that can be gauged. I'm sure you can figure out how to do that. But if so, then that's not the theater that would need the alcohol. Those would be more for theaters like in Pasadena where you have date night, those type of things, not an environment where there's a movie theater. So maybe a small focus group. We can table it, see who the patrons are, see if the patrons are responsible enough for that, and then maybe look at it again.
Thank you. Anyone else that was sworn in that wishes to speak on this item? Did you want to speak? No, you were sworn in.
Yes, I'm Patrick Perry again on behalf of the South Bay Pavilion. They're the landlord for the Cinemark theaters. We do support Cinemark's request to be able to serve beer and wine in the theater, and we respect their choice this evening to request this be taken back to the Planning Commission. One of the issues that did come up at the Planning Commission meeting, and I did speak at that as well, had to do with security. And I spoke then, and I'll just reiterate quickly now, that security is not an issue currently at the mall, that they do have private security. There is additional security that Cinemark is providing inside the theater, at least for the first couple of months. And we also have the agreement that I alluded to earlier, where it's a condition of approval for Cinemark and for Buffalo Wild Wings and for Chuck E. Cheese that additional sheriff's deputies, that they pay a fair share for additional sheriff's deputies to be provided at the mall, so that security would be provided and would be sufficient in order to be able to allow the Cinemark to be able to proceed with alcohol in the theater. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to declare the public hearing closed at this time, and I'm going to request that we send the item back to the Planning Commission with instructions that include the following, and then I will open it up to my colleagues to make their comments. I first of all want to clarify that this doesn't involve a liquor license. It's a beer and wine license. It's a distinction. Some movie theaters do actually sell liquor. Not this one. This is just beer or wine. Secondly, we had a beer and wine garden for the first time at Cinco de Mayo earlier this year, and I know that some residents expressed concern and were hesitant about doing that, but that experience went off without a hitch. I think Mr. Hicks can attest to that was very, very successful, and I'm looking forward to seeing a beer and wine garden at other city events. I think that looking at the big picture, with all due respect, is what we would be doing by approving this beer and wine license for Cinemark. There are very few movie theaters that allow for beer and wine to be sold at a movie theater. And if the Cinemark here in Carson were one of those, we would be in great company. We would be in the company of communities like Marina del Rey, Beverly Hills, Pasadena, and others. That's great company to be in. It's kind of like the Porsche experience. You know, when the Porsche experience opens next year, we're going to be in great company. Berlin, Dubai, Shanghai, London, and Carson. That's great company. That's great notoriety, great exposure to our city and other businesses. So I'm going to ask that this matter be referred back to the Planning Commission with, at minimum, these two conditions. One, that the drinks be limited to 2, and also that it be subject to review in 6 to 9 months, or maybe a year, depending on what the Planning Commission decides. And if there is an incident that occurs in the interim, that the sheriff, that our captain, the sheriff's department feels warrants the suspension or revocation of the beer and wine license, that the sheriff, our captain, bring it to our attention. I would further request that security reports be provided to the sheriff on a monthly basis, and that he, at least on a quarterly basis, report to the city council if there are any security concerns that warrant our attention. And at that time, the city council or the Planning Commission can decide to take additional security measures. So with those conditions, I'm going to ask that this matter be referred back to the Planning Commission. I want to open it up to my colleagues for additional comments. Councilwoman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to touch upon one thing. Cinco de Mayo did have beer and wine, but it was in an isolated area. Your Cinco de Mayo. That's my concern with the Cinemark. We said we would have beer and wine at our special events should the communities putting it on want it. It was in an isolated area. They could not leave that area with the drinks in their hand. It was a Cinco de Mayo celebration. We, as a city council, said that we didn't want it throughout the park. Juneteenth, the planning committee said they didn't want it there because it was even though we were allowed to have it, it was decided by the committee that they didn't want it at the Juneteenth and that we would probably revisit it for the Jazz Festival. But should this committee, along with myself, decide we're going to have it at the Jazz Festival, it will be in an isolated area. They will not be able to leave. They will have their own entertainment. So if they want to have a drink, beer, wine, it will be in that area. It will be not in the middle of the jazz festival. That was one of my concerns that I expressed to the representatives when they came to meet with me, that if this is an area that we want to tread in, that we should have it in an isolated area, and that it not be allowed throughout the entire theater. I'm still would like that as, in addition to the mayor's 3, was it 3 or 4? 2, 3, that this be also included, that we, if we so choose, if they change their mind, that it be looked at in an isolated area. Wristbands, I would also like to look at the way you're going to be controlling it. Wristbands, to me, is not the way to control it. I think there are other ways that you can control the number of beers. If you say we're going to limit to 2, that's fine. But how do we control it? And that has to be a tighter security for as the license. And I know we spoke and you said there was some law that said you couldn't swipe the license because it stores information. Well, there are other ways that you can come up with, that you can think about. And I'm asking that before you take these back to the Planning Commission, that you be mindful of these requests and come up with some recommendations as to how we can better control it. As far as identifying a wristband, doesn't work for me. First place, I'm not going to put on a wristband. It's just not going to happen. You know, I'm on a cruise. I don't even wear them.
Unless it's nice jewelry, right?
You got a couple of diamonds, works for me. Now, if you have one of those, work with me. It has a match. I'm not going to walk around, and I know we go to the movies relaxed, but it just doesn't work for me. I just think it needs to be more controlled and more tight if we're going to venture off into this. And then I know you have 38 theaters. I'd like to know where they are in South Bay so that I can go and visit and see how it's controlled. And I think you need to provide that information to the Planning Commission so if they want to go and visit and see how it works or how it's controlled. I mentioned that the ArcLight, I went there, my husband and I, for a movie, and of course I stopped in and had a cocktail before I went in, but I could not leave that area with that cocktail and go watch a movie. But I did appreciate the fact that I could go in. I had a choice, but it was not throughout the movie theater. I'd also mentioned to the representatives, and they said, the way the theater's designed, that they could not. I was at another theater where they served me. And I was sitting in my chair and let them know that I wanted a sandwich and whatever. But I was not roaming throughout the theater. I was seated right there. So I think there are some other controlling factors that can be implemented that would best fit the needs of the city. And I did say when I met with everyone that one shoe size does not fit us all, even though it's working. Carson is a unique city. We've waited 40 years for a theater. My request was that, and I think someone said it earlier, let's please not have an incident there. I remember when Hawthorne Mall had this theater there, and it was just taken over. I can't say that I've waited 40 years and then all of a sudden, I don't want an incident there. That's why we as a council voted to partner with the mall and adding extra security there. There was a reason for that. Okay, we need one bad mark. We can't go to court. I don't want that. We have too many positive things going on in the city right now to come up with one bad mark, to say that there was a fight. And as soon as you say there's a fight and liquor's all over, the first thing, they allow beer and wine. We understand it's beer and wine, but to the next person that's listening, it's alcohol. Control it. Everything can be controlled in my mind. And I think when we go into the Veteran Sports Complex, the members swipe their card. We know whether they're members or not. There has to be another system better than the swipe, in my mind. I think, and I've heard everyone say it, but I could still have the best family atmosphere in a controlled environment if that is the pleasure of this body and the Planning Commission. But I want to work with everyone involved, but I really, I need a controlled environment for me. That's what I need. And it worked when I went to the ArcLight, and I think it'll work here if we can figure it out. Together we can do anything. Those are my comments.
Mr. Hilton?
Mr. Mayor, I was sitting here researching. There is highlighted in the LA Weekly. There's 10 actual theaters that serve alcohol or beer and wine in that case. What I would like to direct maybe the Planning Commission to do, as well as Cinemark, as the councilwoman said, to give a list of all of your theaters that serves it. I'm in agreement with the mayor to give a report of what has happened thus far. I understand it's not any alcohol in there now, and there's been maybe 1 or 2 incidents already. But Cinemark in itself is great. I took my family there the other day. It's a wonderful location. I think also partnering with the mall security. I think your security is tight, but the mall security needs to be a little tighter. My personal opinion that they need to move the crowd a little bit as they're hanging out. And that's not your issue. That's the mall's issue. But I need the mall and the security in your facility to be on one accord. So those are the things that I would take to look at. As the constituents said, we need to base it on what type of crowd is coming. So I would have you submit that list when you come to the planning meeting and show them. I know they have them in Pasadena. I know they have them in Westwood. I know they have them in Beverly Hills. Do you want to do a controlled environment? 1. Number 2, what type of container will this alcohol be in? Will it be in a glass? Will it be in a cup? Those are things, if you're going to let them take it in the theater, you want to know if it's going to be in a glass or a cup, because if someone throws a glass, somebody's going to be hurt. So those are the things that need to be outlined as you take them to the Planning Commission. Thank you, sir.
So with that,
I'd like to make a motion.
Motion?
I'd like to make the motion that this goes back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration.
I'll second.
All the items, to include all the items we discussed.
For consideration.
For consideration.
Yes. Okay. And I'll second that. There's no further discussion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. It's alive. It's still alive. Item number 29. I'm going to declare public hearing to consider resolution number 15-066, confirming or reversing Planning Commission's decision to approve conditional use permit number 973-15 to allow sale of beer and wine for off-site consumption in conjunction with 7-Eleven convenience store, or refer the matter back to the Planning Commission with instructions located at 20761 South Avalon Boulevard. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. On April 28, 2015, Planning Commission approved the applicant's request to sell beer and wine at a proposed 7-Eleven located at 20761 Avalon Boulevard. On April 30th, 2015, Councilwoman Davis Holmes appealed Planning Commission's decision to approve the applicant's request, which included CUP and a variance. On June 3rd, the City Council opened the public hearing and received public testimony and continued the public hearing to allow the applicant additional time to meet with the 7-Eleven corporate executives regarding 7-Eleven sites in the city of Carson. The applicant has indicated that they have met with the 7-Eleven corporate executives but need additional time to work out the details. Since the municipal code requires the council to take action on this matter, this meeting, we request that you take one of the following actions. Affirm the decision of the Planning Commission, or modify the decision, or refer the matter back to the Planning Commission with instructions, or reverse the decision. I should also mention that there are, as I mentioned in the previous report, alcohol beverage control allows City of Carson to have 70 off-site licenses. Of those 70, only 46 are in use. 36 are convenience stores out of the 46, including gas station convenience stores. 8 are supermarkets, and 2 are pharmacies. That concludes staff's report.
Thank you. This time I'm going to note that the hearing was properly noticed and request that the affidavit of the notice be made part of the record, and also request that any written communications or objections received also be made part of the record at this time. At this time, I'm going to request all interested persons who wish to be heard on this matter to please stand to take the oath to testify. Madam City Attorney, would you please administer the oath?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right. Again, this is the time to receive the testimony. The proponents will go first, then the opponents, and then there'll be opportunity for rebuttal if you would like.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Armin Ross, and I'm a consultant for 7-Eleven Corporation. We would respectfully request that you refer this item back to the Planning Commission. We are working on a comprehensive plan to upgrade the 7-Eleven locations within the city of Carson, and we need more time to develop that plan and then vet it with your planning staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the project? If not, those who want to speak in opposition, this is your time to speak.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff and the audience. My name is Vivian Hatcher. I live here in Carson, and we do need a lot of things in Carson, but we do not need another 7-Eleven. We do need hope. People need jobs. We need a safe environment, a clean environment. We need education. We need to protect our youth and educate them. And substance abuse in Carson is a huge problem for the residents and people coming in for sporting events and other activities, and we just do not need any more alcohol in this city. There are some towns, you go in other states, they are dry, and it's just totally unnecessary. As someone said, you can buy alcohol at the grocery store, you can get it at the pharmacy. There are so many places where people can buy alcohol, and we just do not need another 7-Eleven, and we absolutely do not need any alcohol. We have a huge substance abuse problem in this city. I don't know if you're aware of it, but it is giant, and young people need hope. Like I said, we need education, we need empowerment zones, we need special help and tutoring, things of this nature. And so I think it's absolutely wrong for our city to have any more alcohol licensed here. We have people, when the theater, it's going to draw people from everywhere. I've emailed people to tell them about it. We know people will come from all over because of the theater. I think in the parks you can't have alcohol. We need safe places where alcohol is not consumed. People have their drinks before they go to these activities. Then you're going to provide drinks there, and it's just too much. Substance abuse is a huge problem here in Carson and throughout the United States, and we need something more than alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? This is your time. Thank you. So noted. Dittoed. There aren't any additional speakers at this time. I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for deliberations.
Mr. Mayor, this matter I would like to refer back to the Planning Commission with the following directions: to reconsider allowing the 24-hour operation, to reconsider the Planning Commission's previous findings of approval of a variance, to allow beer and wine sell within 300 feet of a preschool, to consider the applicant's proposal to remodel and upgrade the existing 3 stores that are in the city of Carson with 7-Elevens. That has been a sticking point for me because as I mentioned, and I want it on the record, I met with 7-Eleven representatives about 6 years ago, and until they realized that Carl's Jr. was coming in, they had promised that they were going to visit these stores, and nothing was done. And Armand Roth, I did mention it to you. The 7-Elevens that we have in the city of Carson right now look like swap meets. They want to be everything to everyone, so therefore when you go in there, it's not a friendly environment. I also shared with you, Mr. Armand Roth, a 7-Eleven store that I visited in Santa Barbara. That was fabulous. Curb appeal inside and out, flowers inside, the whole works. If they can do it in Santa Barbara, we can do it here in Carson. I want to also have them look at the proposed new standards in the zoning to restrict new convenience stores with 24-hour operations for the sale of alcohol in convenience stores. We have 82 total. That's including restaurants, convenience stores, supermarkets, and if we get this NFL stadium and the movie theater, you know, our numbers are going to shoot up kind of high. I'd also like to know how many 7-Elevens you have that are not operating 24 hours, that are not selling liquor licenses. I mean, not operating 24 hours and that are not selling beer and wine. I know they exist. I'd like to know how successful they are as compared to the ones that you have beer and wine sales at. Because if you're coming to Carson, we want you to be successful, but I'd like to have this data, and I think for a city that's 19 miles in radius, 3 7-Elevens with a proposal of maybe considering more is, I don't want to be known as a 7-Eleven city. So these are the things that I'm looking at. I understand that they always talk about what alcohol and ABC allows. Who cares? They say they allow us in our little city to have what? It's more than that. 155. Total off-site. And we have 82. Well, maybe that's enough. So those are the things that I'd like you to look at when you go to the Planning Commission, to have a plan that will address these concerns, and then also a timeline for completing these upgrading, facelifting, whatever you want to call these stores that we have in existence. Because just to come back to us and say, you know, I have a plan, we're going to start knocking down walls. I know you have a timetable, but your timetable to open up your new store should be in the same line as giving these other ones a facelift. And I say this because 6 years ago, nothing happened. And when I met with you, I said, I don't know what you're going to do in 2 weeks that you didn't do in 6 years. So you would have had a more friendlier council person, and it's not your fault, the two of you that's here, but 7-Eleven chose not to do anything. If it's not good enough for your wife to go in and shop at that store, it's not good enough for my residents. That has always been my barometer. What's good enough for me is good enough for the residents. And as I met with the other people that were proposing this project, the first thing that he said was, I tell my wife if they're hanging out not to come in the store. Well, I'm insulted that you let that Freudian slip fall out. I also heard from someone else, no, I tell my wife doesn't shop there. If it's not good enough for your wife and it's not good enough for me, it's not good enough for the residents of the city. So these are the things that I'd like you to look at and come back with a plan of action, a timeline, and I think I said and penalties for not reaching these timelines. So that's what I'd like to see when you bring whenever you bring it back before the Planning Commission.
That's a motion.
That's a motion.
I'll second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. We're going to move on to hearing item number 25 and 26. We're going to do those two together. This is a joint public hearing to consider approval of resolution number 15-14-CHA, approving a disposition and development agreement by and between the Carson Housing Authority and Affirmed Housing Group Incorporated. Number 25 and 26. Yes. And also consider ordinance number 15-1564 to approve general plan amendment number 95-14, zone change number 172-14. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Joint public hearing to consider approval resolution 15-071, approving a disposition and development agreement by and between the Carson Housing Authority and Affirmed Housing Group Incorporated. There. Now we got that right. So it's a disposition agreement between the City of Carson and the Carson Housing Authority. At this time, I would ask for staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Affirmed Housing is proposing 65 senior affordable rental units at 401 Sepulveda Boulevard. It also includes 3,600 square foot of retail, ground floor retail. The project includes 58 one-bedroom units and 7 two-bedroom units. The total project cost is about $20 million. The authority is providing a $5.9 million assistance to the project. Of that amount, $2.7 million will be paid back by the developer in residual receipts over 55 years at 3% simple interest. The disbursements will begin at the close of escrow, equal to the amount of $750,000, and the remainder will be paid back during the construction with a 10% holdback. The units will remain affordable for 55 years, minimum of 55 years. The amenities of the project include 1,600 square foot community room for residents, a large media room for movies, classrooms for art, wellness, and exercise programs, a computer room, 3,000 square foot of ground retail space, a 5,000 square foot ground floor community space, which includes a community garden open to the public and to be managed and maintained by the developer. Social programs for residents will be provided by Engage, a nonprofit that provides regularly scheduled art classes and wellness programs specifically designed to address aging gracefully and enabling residents to remain capable and functional. The leasing preferences will be with the City of Carson residents, and the developer will also adhere to city's local hire program. That concludes staff's report, and we recommend approval.
Thank you. This time I want to state that this hearing was properly noticed as a public hearing, and also request that any written communications or objections to this subject be received and made part of the record. Also directing that the affidavit attesting to this hearing being properly noticed also be made part of the record. And at this time, I'm going to ask anyone who wishes to testify in favor or in opposition to please stand and take the oath to be administered by our city attorney. Correct. No.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So at this time, would you please step forward since you're the only one testifying? and I'm going to take a wild guess here and say you're going to testify in favor of it.
I am. Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for hearing this tonight. We've been before you before for the planning approvals, and we're grateful. If you have any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer them. But I do want to let you know that it's been a pleasure doing business with Saeed Naseh and Richard Rojas and Amelia Soto with your city staff. Thank you.
Thank you. No one else wishes to testify in favor or in opposition? So at this time, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed, and we are now going to deliberate. I want to, first of all, thank you for being so responsive to our community, the city council, and the staff in addressing all our concerns that have been raised. And I, for one, am looking forward to the project. I know the councilwoman has a question.
Yes, I do, and I'm just need a clarification. But first of all, thank you. We worked the housing committee, so we already know. I mean, you were very supportive. Our recommendation made it happen, so I support the project. It's been a pleasure to work with you, and I look forward to it. But I did have a question to staff, and just explain to me, because I'm looking at this, and the use of housing funds for development of this affordable housing development exempts the project from prevailing wage requirements. That's on page 3 of 4. First, the bottom, third paragraph up.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like the applicant to address that issue.
Certainly, there is a method in which we construct our affordable housing communities, and it is not required by state law that they be prevailing wage jobs, and that's the norm for us. Occasionally it does occur, but generally, according to our council and most of our previous jobs, that have not been prevailing wage jobs. But we do pay our construction workers adequately through our general contractors. So that's all I can say about that matter.
I'm raising this question because we as a city had, said for projects that come into the city, we wanted them at prevailing wage. So how do we make that happen?
It adds a substantial cost burden to the project and increases the cost of the project. My understanding is that from previous projects, it raises the general contractor amount by 20%, and actual wages by probably about 25 to 30.
Hold on one second, please.
Sure.
I'd like to, I want to approve this project so it'll be consistent with other projects that we've had in the city, the recent projects. So I want to tie that into my motion, Madam City Attorney. So where do we put that in?
What do you want the motion to read?
I wanted to say that I want to waive it and that the wages be consistent with the other projects that we've had in the city.
So, in other words, did the other housing projects that
Thank
we have, if they weren't required to be compliant with the PLA, then we're okay with it. But if they
Got it.
all were, then, we're
Got it.
concerned that why this, we don't want to set a precedent and making this the one
I
exception.
understand. I can tell you that our Carson Arbor Green community was not a prevailing wage job, and we believe it was successful, and our tradespeople were paid a fair and adequate wage, and we didn't have any disgruntled workers over wage issues.
So you don't object to the motion then?
I do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So the way you should make your motion is to waive further reading and adopt resolution, blah, just read the whole thing, and contingent upon the agreement being consistent with other affordable housing projects approved in City of Carson with respect to PLA issues. Do you want me to state the motion in full for you?
I have it on being approved.
Okay, so waive further reading and adopt resolution, read everything, and then say, subject to the project with respect to PLAs being consistent with other affordable housing projects approved in the City of Carson.
Okay. I'd like to waive further reading and adopt resolution number 15-4CH, a resolution of the Carson Housing Authority of the City of Carson, California, making certain findings and approving a disposition and development agreement by and between the Carson Housing Authority and Affirmed Housing Group Incorporated, a Delaware corporation related to the development of 401 East Sepulveda Boulevard, contingent upon the agreement being consistent with other affordable housing projects being approved in the City of Carson.
And you also need to add, and then authorize the authority chairman to execute the disposition and development agreement following approval as to form by authority council and inclusion of any modifications necessary to the DDA with respect to the PLA issue.
Exactly. That's my motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Again, that was items 25 and 26. Item number 27 is a public hearing regarding ordinance number 15-1563 regarding the establishment of standards for temporary off-site real estate directional signs for residential open house events. The city attorney's office is requesting that item be continued for further review by her office. So we're going to continue item 27
to July 7th.
to July 7th. Yes, thank you. Public hearing on item number 31. It's public hearing to consider fiscal year 2015-16 acting city manager's proposed general fund budget. That item is being continued to the same city council meeting because the notice of the public hearing was inadequate. It's item 31.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I've got a request.
Yes, Boris.
In addition to rescheduling the public hearing, I'd like to schedule a budget workshop with the city manager and the council to go over the details of the proposed budget before the public hearing.
All right, let's, we'll have Ginger check our calendars and get something scheduled.
Thank you.
I think that concludes all the public hearing items. And we handled number 33 already, right? We continue that one?
Continue to July 7th.
It's continued, okay.
research.
At this time, I want to go to item number 35. Consider appointments by the mayor and/or removal from commissions, committees, or boards. I want to apologize one more time. I want to beg my colleagues' patience for one more council meeting. I had a long day today, and I was not able to review the commissions. But I am going to make one appointment at this time. We have 2 vacancies on the Planning Commission, and I'd like to make an appointment of one commissioner to the Planning Commission of Sharon Goodry, Gudriy. No, as Mr. Hilton's appointee to the Planning Commission. And I promise at the next city council meeting, we will do them all. Okay? It was an exciting day today, so let's just go. So that is my request, and that is my motion. I need a second for that appointment.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So that's item 35. I think that's the entire agenda except for item number 39, which is a second reading of ordinance number 15-1562, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, repealing existing municipal code section 2404 regarding the manner of preparing agendas and adding new municipal code section 2404 regarding the manner of preparing agendas. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Oh, we still have closed session. Okay, so before we go into closed session, we'll do additional or council members' requests at this time. I did want to make one announcement before we go into closed session. For those of you who are still watching and still paying attention, on Monday, we're having a special town hall meeting on the NFL stadium to provide an update at the Carson Community Center on Monday, June 22nd at 6 p.m. Again, there will be representatives from the Chargers and the Raiders present to answer questions. Also, I want to direct staff to prepare the necessary paperwork that needs to be prepared to put signage at the site that indicates that that's going to be the home of the future football stadium, and to check with the NFL to see if it's okay to use their logo on that signage. Yes, at the site, right off the 405, so everyone knows where the new stadium is going to be. Now.
What did he say? Now what?
No, she wanted to clap now. She's happy about it. All right. Councilwoman, you have any announcements you'd like to make at this time?
Yes, I do. Not announcements, requests. Update on.
That I do the commissions. I got that.
Yeah, that it's on the agenda, and we're going to hold his foot to the fire like we're supposed to. The reorganization, where is it? What's the status report? PLA, is it coming on the next agenda item, an update on how many jobs we have retained or what without the Mark Johnson, the PLA coordinator?
Yes, Public Works will bring that to the next agenda.
Next agenda item. And I had asked, to clarify and redefine the duties and responsibilities of the UUT. Is that coming on the next agenda?
Yes, Boris Sort's going to take care of that one.
Okay. And then I'd also like, at the next agenda item, consideration for removing Jim Deere name from whatever street he has over there. Jim Deere Boulevard. Then I would like to read this to my mayor. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenges and controversy.
I think Dr. King wrote that.
Dr. Martin Luther King.
Mr. Hilton?
Certainly, I want to just take this opportunity to say thank you to Mayor Robles and Councilwoman Lula Davis Holmes for appointing me tonight. My goal and my attempt is just to be a placeholder until my rightful seat comes available that I ran for. And I'm excited, and indeed, I'm like the Super Bowl champs. Tomorrow, I'm going to Disneyland. So I'm excited. Thank you. It's my daughter's 4th birthday, and I was looking for something great to happen today, and it did. And I'm thankful for my wife who's here. But as I said, I'm just a placeholder until my rightful election is certified, and I plan to vacate the seat and get the seat that I actually ran for. But I appreciate you trusting me enough to sit here and make sure that city business goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you again. And
Closed session.
I want to apologize to you on behalf of the 100,000 residents that are here in Carson for you having to be sworn in under the circumstances that occurred. And you will have the opportunity to do it the right way, and we will do it the right way, and everyone will be very, very proud of the way it's going to be done. So again, congratulations.
Thank you.
So at this time, we're going into recess to finish the rest of our closed session agenda. We're going to recess the Carson City Council, Carson Successor Agency, and Carson Housing Authority. Thank you, everyone.
you're right. Mayor Alvaro Robles headed off Deere's delay tactics at Tuesday's meeting when he suddenly made a motion to appoint Hilton.
He's back there. Just when you think you've seen it all, huh? Yeah. I think so. I've been asked to get you out here now. You can go in tomorrow, Lula. Oh, there it goes. She was having difficulty getting into her office.
Oh, we need to report out of closed session real fast, please.
Oh, and
Can you just tell them to come out, please, Albert?
and you want to add that item?
Yeah, I'll do it as a report out. Please.
We got one item with it. He's scoping it out already, huh? Oh.
No, we need to
We gotta do this one item, and then you can go back here and sleep back there.
Are they still recording? Because we need the minutes.
Yeah, they're recording.
Okay. Okay.
You guys are recording, right? Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will.
Reconvening the Carson City Council, Carson Successor Agency, and Carson Housing Authority. Madam City Attorney.
I will report out of closed session. As soon as I find my agenda, I have it. The council met pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 on item number 1 to enable the City Council to consider negotiations with Thomas Saffron and Andrew Gross, with whom the city is negotiating, and to give direction to its negotiator, Cecil Rambo, Acting City Manager, and Saeed Naseh, Acting Community Development Director, regarding that certain real property known as assessor parcel numbers 7343-020-902, 7343-020-903, and 7343-020-904. No reportable action was taken. The council further took up item number 2. And pursuant to, actually, item number 2 was not taken up. Sorry, they did not consider it. The City Council took up item number 8, pursuant to Government Code Section 5. No, excuse me. Item number 8 was not considered either, and that was labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. At the request of HR Director, that item was continued. The council took up item number 9, conference review of property negotiator, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, to enable the City Council to consider negotiations with Brian Faulkner, with whom the city is negotiating, to give direction to its negotiator, Cecil Rambo, Acting City Manager, and Saeed Naseh, Acting Community Development Director, regarding that certain real property. I'm not going to read the assessor parcel numbers. It's the Shell property, and no reportable action was taken. The council further considered a closed session item in the matter of the city clerk providing notice that he would be going into court ex parte to seek an injunction and declaratory relief against the city of Carson, declaring him the election official and voiding out the action of the city council taken Friday morning to designate Mr. Charles Davis as the election official. The council considered the item pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1 and E3 and E4, and the item was added earlier on as an urgency item. The council has instructed the city attorney to provide notice to the city clerk and city clerk's attorney that they formally acknowledge him at this time as the election official, and the council has encouraged the city clerk to be here tomorrow pursuant to the 48-hour notice that he has posted pursuant to the election code to continue with the counting of the ballots and to continue with the tally, the 1% tally of the manual count. And I will be drafting a letter and providing notice to the city clerk's attorney and himself of the council's decision. Thank you.
With that, if there's no further business to come before the Carson City Council, Carson Successor Agency, or Carson Housing Authority, we're adjourned.
such a policy.
Okay.
But I can certainly look into it, and if there's any policies that prohibit that, I can bring it to your attention.
Well, 'cause I know that there are other commissioners who have their sons and daughters on other commissions, and that's why I was asking for clarification. So thank you. So that's the
Mr. Mayor,
motion.
if I could add to that. Case in point, one councilwoman wanted her husband to be on the planning commission, and because it was the planning commission, it was really thought best for the public's good to put the husband on a different commission. He ended up on Economic Development Commission, which is also a good one, because of the nature of the planning commission in relation to the city council. So it's, city attorney should really address that.
Can I play attorney for 1 minute?
Sure.
Mr. City Clerk, I would see that differently because, they're dependents. Spouses usually